Recording started.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to session 45, or 44 if you go by Michael's naming of the sessions.
No, it's 45.
It counts off.
Wait, in the thing. It's, yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
my bad.
Very confusing.
Last time,
Not
oh,
really.
I gotta turn the Kink of FM down. It's real loud for me. Last time, we opened with Ark looking to Mabel and saying that he bet that she had many questions, of which there were many questions.
True. Too many, if
you
you ask me.
You had learned of the theoretical, mostly theoretical, ideas behind the Banishment Realm. The fact that it was seeming to have been growing on its own. Things were forming. Creatures were being made and discovered. Places were beginning to mirror Orlais a little bit, but they were different in ways. Almost to a point where Ark theorized that it could be an alternate reality or another dimension. You also learn that time affects everybody differently who enter the realm, whether they decrease, their aging slows, or it rapidly paces itself up. You learn that Pacey as well, that the two of them hadn't talked in quite a long time. With Ark theorizing that Pacey left into the Banishment Realm because he thought he saw his wife, and if he believed that it was his wife, he would have gone in after her. Aligning with the disappearance of him, Mabel made the revelations of the scrolls as well, which Ark mentioned that if the one that fell, that was in Pacey's library, was gone, then it could be in his library, which is underneath his old home in Terragold and Valum. You convinced him to join along on your journey back, saying that you would pick him up along the way when you were done with your job in Emberfort. And you're going to make your way to Orlais, saying he would join you all on the boat trip back, attempting to reclaim your home. There was also Zesu and Kadak, which Sonnet spoke with for a few moments, kind of getting on their good side, almost blending in with their nature in a way. Learned that Zesu and Kadak had parents that were killed by a werewolf that bared similar resemblance to Nyx in description. Saying that they would also await for Sonnet's signal to make their way to Cain, to purge this den, as they so put it. Till eventually Lascivious thought maybe it's time to tackle the hag. There was a little bit of an argument that happened before travel to the actual hag's location as well. Eventually, Bonelia would kind of sneak out ahead of the group, unfortunately getting caught in a scenario herself. As you all made your way to the hag's house, thinking Bonelia might have made her way there, you would hear the sounds of, I believe it was Bonelia, I can't remember exactly what I said sounded off, but you heard the commotion that was happening at the hag's house and made haste to the home, where Lascivious paid in Kapir's feather for some information about soul stealing, learning that souls can only be stolen if they've remained in their physical status, and that they could be used for fuel sources for certain creatures, or food for others, or means of power for others. Knowing that Lol still held Lascivious' soul, waiting for something. With that, Grigma discerned what Lascivious was, and knowing where the soul lied, attempted to make a power play of her own and attacking. You are all swarmed by these magical ravens, as well as a ginormous raven who, in the end, picked up the hag as she attempted to flee after being outmatched by the 6 of you. And just as she was being picked up, Michaelis knocked her out. The hag was then picked up by the raven and carried away out of sight. And as that happened, Sana, you also saw the pseudo-dragon up on the cliff's edge that scurried with the commotion of the raven and the hag being carried closer. And that's where we come to today. Mabel, you kind of dust yourself off from having this near-death encounter as well. Bonelia, you managed to shake off the nerves that have happened from being put into a hold person condition by the hag before she was carried off. Sana, you catch the glimpse of the pseudo-dragon scurrying down the tree and leaving. Michaelis, you gotta look off into the distance as the hag was being carried away. I would like for Michaelis to make a history check for me real fast.
That will be a 15.
A 15. With a 15, as the hag is being carried away, as Grigma is being carried off by this raven, something about this scenario seems familiar. Whether it's a comparison from the bird-like creatures that you've had interactions with in the past, whether it was Tekwen's form or Cheshire, something about this just seems vaguely familiar. And so does the hag. You recall that you never really went to the hag through your travels in wartime during Ecrium. You and your groups tended to stay away from the hag because it was neutral, wasn't aiding one side or the other, and the same with the Githyanki. But there's a familiarity in the situation itself, and it's hard to pinpoint what. But it felt good knocking this creature out as it flew away.
I look at Lascivious. It's still panting a bit.
Lascivious is not looking at him. In fact, Lascivious is going to mage hand the bag immediately to his hand, and he's just going to wait. He's very much stifling himself just to anticipate what's going on with Mabel to make sure that she's fine.
I go over to Mabel after this too.
Yeah, I'm just kind of keeping a hand up just to tell people, like, just keep, like, distance, just let her breathe.
Oh, Lascivious isn't moving, he's just looking.
Yeah, just to anybody that approaches, so
Yeah,
Michaelis.
I was walking towards, and I'll be like, okay. And I just, like, stand watch, and I'm looking towards where the raven went, just keeping an eye on things.
Mm-hmm. You see Lyric is, like, practically swiping away at where the raven's disintegrated into this magical, ethereal essence that he's just like, ah, fucking birds, as he's kind of just swatting at these things away. He goes, are we done? Is it? We're finished. Oh, thank Christ.
For the time being, I think we're gonna check out this place before we go anywhere.
I'd be careful if you're going inside.
Trust me, I'm getting a bit of deja vu. Yeah. Fair point.
It says unconscious on the map
Yes,
for
it's
Mabel,
just
but I'm pretty okay. Just double
Yeah,
checking it
she's
because I did heal her.
Yeah, it's just because I haven't adjusted anything from the last
Cool.
set, so
I just wasn't
Mabel
sure if I
is
was like
not
needing to heal her again.
unconscious.
Okay, cool. I'm not just sitting there being like, guys, let her breathe while she's dying.
Guys, you gotta give her space.
Yeah. So we'll kind of go one by one here. Lascivious, you have Mage Hand this bag of holding over to you. What do you do?
He is waiting for Mabel to wake up and know that she's okay.
Okay. Michaelis, what do you do?
I'm gonna. I guess I'm not raging anymore. So.
No.
Am I able just to kind of like casually walk over to the house and try to peer through the window?
Yeah, absolutely. Make a perception check, and we'll come back to that.
All right.
Bonili, is there anything that you are doing?
She's just standing still, looking back and forth between her friends.
Okay. Nothing particularly you wanted to do or anything like that either, though? Okay. And then Sonnet and Mabel, I'm kind of looping the two of you together as I imagine it would be in the same moment. What do you two do?
I think I'm just sitting there on my knees with just like one hand on her back, like supporting her to like have her sit up. And then like one hand like um on like one of her hands kind of thing.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna like immediately as she opens her eyes, I'm just casting Death Ward again.
Okay. Death Ward is not concentration, right?
No.
No.
Cool. Alrighty. Mabel, as you kind of like come out of unconsciousness, having been like prodded with these needles that are still kind of sticking out of your clothes and through like your arm. It's like you got hit by very large porcupine needles, and they kind of sting
Oh.
as you take them out, kind of like little by little over time.
Mm.
After a moment or two passes, and you've managed to kind of catch your breath a little bit, just enough to the point where you're a little stabilized. You were a little wobbly before, but it's come fine at this point.
Can I kind of grab the porcupine needles from her and
Mhm.
look her in the eyes and be like, "This is going to hurt." And then I'm just
Yeah.
gonna like
She just
yank
stares
them.
back. Oof.
They sting like a bee sting as they come out.
Mm.
It's not enough to get like a super loud audible reaction, kind of like an
Yeah.
ow kind of
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah,
But
she's
inaudible. Yeah.
definitely feeling it. I think the more that she's feeling each instance of pain, I mean, I can imagine she's kind of propped up on Sonnet, but she's looking up and she sees stars and she sees him. And besides the pain, I think, if he's continuing to yank them out, I think her first words will
Hmm.
be, "Am I dead?" Or
Well,
is
you're
everything
feeling the pain, aren't you? I hope that's a little reminder that you may not be dead.
right? That makes sense. Um, and is everyone else okay?
Everyone's fine. You're fine.
I think
Okay.
Lascivious sees that she's fine, and he's gonna go in and kick the door down and start terrorizing the inside of that hut.
Okay. Michaelis, as Lascivious goes to kind of kick down the door, what was your perception check?
17.
A 17. The house is very bare bones on the inside. It doesn't look like it's specifically catered to anything, but it looks like a modest little abode from the outside. You see a table, some chairs, there's some cooking implements. It's only one space. It's kind of like a bachelor suite in size on the inside. There's no separated rooms or anything like that, except for a room that you could probably tell would be like a restroom. The bed is neatly made off in the corner. There's food still on the table that looks to be kind of steaming. However, something seems odd about this imagery as you kind of look through the window. It's almost too perfect.
Hmm.
Do I have a chance to stop Lascivious from kicking in the door right away?
No,
yeah,
he won't listen to you.
Well, you can say something, but apparently the cities won't listen.
Okay, well, even if he says I'm gonna just say, Lascivious, something ain't right inside. Just hold up before you pick it,
Okay.
or not.
I don't need you to roll any kind of roll for it because the door is pretty decrepit. Even with the more well-looking wood that it looks to be made out of, it pretty much crumbles underneath your feet. Wood kind of scatters across the floorboards. Stepping inside, the place is an absolute fucking mess. It looks like there was a scuffle or a large commotion, almost like a rhino ran through the home. The tables were flipped and shattered in two. The bed is slightly like tilted upwards against one of the walls. The bed sheets are torn in places. The pillow is incredibly damaged. Parts of the floorboard look to have holes in them or are soaked right through. You see a desk that is in decent shape that has papers scribbled with lots of different things just strewn throughout the area itself. There's some holes in the walls as well, and looking to where Michaelis is looking, it's almost as if the wall isn't even there.
Oh, okay.
It's almost like a one-way mirror. Or a two-way mirror? One-way mirror?
A one-way.
One way meaning I can see in,
Like
but
a one-way
nobody can see
window,
out.
probably.
Yeah. You see, like, there's still some basis of it being a wall, but you can tell that the hag set up a illusion of the front of this house that she can watch as people come by. You could tell that even if Bonelia hadn't gone ahead of the group, she would have seen you guys coming from miles away. The commotion, though, with the inside is odd,
Yeah.
to say the least.
I think Lascivious still kind of tears away, and he, like, even if it's like just like a piece of a chair, he's still angry enough that he's gonna pick it and just throw it against something as he makes his way towards the notes that are strewn about to see if he can discern anything from them.
For sure. Make an investigation check.
While he does that, I'm just gonna kind of walk through the front of the door too and look around, and it's
And
at the
yeah,
window.
you see the exact opposite of what was through the window.
oh, great, more magic. Okay, and I'm just gonna mill through it as he beelines for the desk with the notes. I'm just gonna take my sword and prod through things on the floor that I might try to find anything interesting.
For sure. We'll have you make an investigation check as well.
I'll roll for that.
Lascivious.
22.
22. So with a 22, you see that there is a lot of seem to be random rabblings. It's nothing is entirely coherent in the sentence structure nor the words used. It looks like the scribblings of a madman. However, you do find three particular things that are legible and readable. One appears to be a more conclusive list of things that basically some more information about the soul aspect. You see that there's a depiction of what looks to be a small bluish orb that has like a flame up at the top of it. However, there is a multitude of these diagrams that showcase the same kind of thing, but they're different. Going through that note, you can tell that it looks like souls have the same imagery, almost the same kind of shape, but they are unique to the person themselves. You can see like they describe one soul of a drow having this kind of white flame that's more like a flicker than an actual strong light. Meanwhile, there's one that relates to an orc that is green and almost destructive in nature. The flame is incredibly tall and violent looking. So each soul kind of depends on person to person, but they have the general same appearance of an orb with a flame at the top.
Okay.
You also find two notes. And as I do, Michaelis, what was your roll for investigation?
My roll was 19 plus 2, 21.
Okay. You, once again, going inside, it's very different. And you don't really find anything of note. But you do that familiarity from seeing the hag and the house is kind of coming back together. And you feel even a more stronger familiarity to the home.
Am I being
As-
drawn to anything in particular, like a part of the room?
Not really drawn to it in a way, more so that it feels like you've been here before. Almost like you mentioned before with it being deja vu. And Lascivious, we're gonna go one by one here. This is the first note that you find.
I'll read it aloud so everyone hears it, but I'm not. Lascivious is not reading it aloud.
Understood.
Visions. No. A calling. No. A being of crimson. Understanding purpose. Memories. Souls. Something missing. Why did I see it? Why was I shown? This isn't just some trade. Something is on the horizon. Change is coming. Maybe I will be this change.
You can see throughout the many notes, the ramblings. It seems like she's been shown something, and it almost drove her to madness, as the notes seem relatively recent. And the second note that you find is a list of names and trades that you can conclude that the hag has made over time.
Mackenzie family wanting communication with deceased daughters. I traded childhood toys, gave them a speak with the dead scroll. By Gant Nasrum, wished to know destiny of long lost favor or lover, traded wedding ring, gave divination of shipwreck, visions of wife drowning. Dabamir wanted the mental fortitude of the great founding mages, traded his physical strength, gave him the wisdom of an ancient scholar. Kompeki family wished for wealth and a prosperous life, gave them jewels to sell in high-end markets, traded their fertility. Zumro Fendria begged for a longer life, traded his family homestead, transformed him into a turtle. Stone family wished to forget his grief and mistakes. Mother traded her own experience so the boy may live innocently unaware for years.
And
You're not
those
reading
are the
this out
notes that you
loud.
Nope.
find. No.
I think Lascivious, in all of this kind of, and just like not really sure how to handle how he's feeling right now, he's gonna drop that note with the Stone family stuff and go invisible, and he's gonna stay invisible.
Like you're putting the note down?
Like he's gonna drop it in front of Michaelis and then go invisible,
Okay.
and he's just gonna
Las-
be invisible.
Lascivious?
You just see Lascivious's hand drop a piece of paper to the floor in front of you, and then as you turn to look to where Lascivious is, nobody's in your vicinity.
I go and pick up the note.
Okay. You also read through the note.
So as soon as I get to my name, I kind of freeze. So
As you go through it, a couple of the names of the families are semi-familiar. They are somewhat notable households throughout Ecrium. Some were orcs reigning from Mogrol's tribe. Some were elven nobility that were just wishing to not fall into failure with wealth. When you get to the stone name, the reminiscence of the space finally comes to fruition as you now think back to why things may be different as from what you remember. And it's not just because of it being more than 20 years since you left. It appears that you willingly, as well as your mother, may have traded memories to forget about an action or a fault. And thinking back to the meeting with some of the leaders being still aggressive and trepidatious with you, you're not sure what you did. That hasn't become clear to you. But you know, something big must have happened and you were at fault. And you wished to forget it completely. The mission that your father had given you to go to Orlais to find your mother, you get a little more context behind that thinking about it as well. As maybe it wasn't strictly just a diplomatic mission that your mother went out on. Maybe she was sent away out of fear that these memories might not stay away. As you are beginning to kind of piece this story together in your head, that's still missing pieces. You don't have a full image, but you know more than you did mere days, weeks, months. And it feels like you're starting to head in a direction that is a little more clear than just your mother had her memories being gone. And it also clues in as to why when Mabel scanned her back in Lunar, not Lunarium, back in Yanamel, that there was a magical effect, but she couldn't tell what it was.
So I would probably interpret that myself as like this is it then. That was probably
You can piece together that this is more than likely why your mother doesn't remember you. In terms as to why or what it caused you to want to lose these memories is unclear, but you have a bit of a fuller image on why your mother doesn't remember things.
so because of the deal that I took, my mother exchanged her memories of me for erasure of my memories from whatever I did. That was the exchange.
It appears so, yes. It appears that your mother made a ultimate sacrifice in removing her own memories of her family to help her only son.
Then Michaelis kind of ponders a bit and then somewhat can't help but think that this being a hag and seeing how she always has like some little caveat within the deal, if this is somewhat connected to Vivaticus's ailing health as well. Just an extra
Yeah,
an extra piece to it.
for sure. As that kind of sinks in for the moment, Lair kind of gathers everybody outside. You know, he takes like some bandage kits and helps wrap up Mabel, just kind of in some spots that you might not have attended to right away. Just kind of like, as some like blood kind of drips from like the multiple wounds, he just kind of patches them up with bandages, not really actually healing anything, but just making sure they don't get infected. Bonili, you may have helped as well, kind of going through. Lascivious, when you're invisible in the house, do you go anywhere or do you just stay in the house?
I stick with the group. I don't want to be with Michaelis, so I just kind of go outside and I just kind of linger. I don't say anything.
For sure.
Yeah.
Are you still invisible?
Yep.
Okay. A little while kind of passes by. Michaelis, after sifting in that information for a little bit, you do another quick gaze through the house, and nothing really else seems to peek out as important. So you kind of leave this familiar landscape that you didn't quite think was familiar. The group has kind of reconvened together. Lascivious is nowhere to be seen. Laric's kind of looking at you with this, a little bit of like a mixture between nervous and distraction, as everything that has happened throughout the day has kind of blown up and Lyric has never seen this side of your group before. Lyric kind of speaks up. So, do we have plans for a camp for the night?
I'm gonna look past Michaelis into the house. Is Lascivious still in there?
I don't know. He gave me something and then disappeared. You see Michaelis is very stone-faced, just like kind of staring off.
I look around. I don't say anything else.
So about that camp, as he just kind of like tries to shake the awkwardness out of the air. We could probably go back and get the horses and make our way towards Emberford for a little longer. I mean, it is midnight. I'd preferably like to be in a bed relatively sometime soon. But I also don't exactly like being here.
Me neither. If you guys are good with it, we can move off a little bit farther before we make camp for tonight.
Well, first things first, we're not leaving without Lascivious, so
He's probably just cooling off.
I still need him to come back with us.
Lascivious knocks on a tree, but doesn't reveal himself.
I think that's
I think we should get a move on.
how about you two get the horses and we'll have to come through here, hey? Or are we going a completely different direction?
If we're heading towards Emberfort, we'll pass through the Strixlands, continuing north, but we won't have to pass through here to go towards our next location, unless we're heading back to Kane.
Yeah, no, we should head towards the Strixlands, I think. At least we can make camp and figure out our next move, but
in a little bit more of an open area too, so we won't get surprised with anything.
we're sure we're done here. Is there anything else we could use around here? I'm gonna look around. What's left around the battlefield? Like,
Aside from what appears to be like dead physical crows that have now begun to like properly evaporate into the air to reveal nothing, it's a lot of dead wood and a lot of like really unique flora in the area. Nothing really screams out as vital or out of the ordinary aside from the fact that some of these things were planted. Doesn't really seem like anything worth stopping for unless you're an active botanist.
mhm.
I mean, I could grab like twigs for kindling, but like I just don't really like it here. It's got
Yes,
bad
and
vibe, bad juju.
I'm sure we can find kindling elsewhere too.
We got plenty in our packs. Larrick, let's just get the horses and let's get out of here.
Agreed, big fella. As he just kind of like comes to you, and Larrick and Michaelis make their way out of the Hags area, make their way ahead of the group, leaving Mabel Bonelia Sonnet currently. Lascivious still unseen, not entirely sure if he's following Michaelis or staying behind.
I'm definitely not following Michaelis. So
So we'll kind of tackle this in little groups, I'll say. Michaela says Lyric is leading you and him back to the area with the Strixon where the horses are. He just kind of looks to you. You're a little more stoic than usual.
What have you... What have you heard with deals with the hag?
It's hard to say. Depends on what people want. I've heard of people trading great significant items of personal attachment for information, for health, for wealth, all sorts of manner of things. It truly depends on if what you're looking for is within the hag's domain of magic.
But there's always a catch, right?
Typically, hags aren't exactly known to play fair by the game. Typically, they'll take something a little bit extra, just via your non-specific wording.
So let's just say, even if the deal was all the more reason fairer to be, like something of equal value, if not greater, do you think the hag would still add that little bit of a caveat there to screw with the person?
Potentially. Depends on who that person is, what side of the bed the hag woke up on that morning, I assume? They're not exactly friendly creatures, to say the least.
No, would they not try to use their influence on us? You see, Michaelis rub his head, and he's getting kind of like flustered.
Listen, I'm not gonna judge you if you made a deal with this hag many years ago. Lots of people feel desperate, and she is the only real rumored magical entity to go beyond the bounds of traditional magic.
No, okay. Lyric, I'm gonna tell the others probably by the morning, but I might have been responsible for my mother, Sarah's memory problems, as well as mine. I made a deal, and I can't remember what I made it for.
That's, strange.
It,
I mean,
I did something, and it just... It made me desperate enough to come here. And I don't know what I did. And now I'm thinking, like, not only did my mom make this deal that had made the last 20 years a mystery for the both of us, I can't help but think that this hag, curled the monkey's paw and just hurt my father too. So I screwed up my entire family. For what I don't know.
it's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy. See,
You see Michaelis just kind of laugh. It's like, yes, it is. I'm sorry I laid this all on you. It's just kind of gonna talk about it, but fuck, man. I don't
hey
know
man,
what...
nobody's family is perfect. Things happen. And from what I saw, I mean, your mother and you seem to be repairing things quite well. Maybe this isn't the end of the world either.
Perhaps. But it still begs the question of, like, with all these troubles that I went through to get this done to her, myself, possibly my father, it was like I don't even know if if the council knows. Like, I know I'm just kind of speaking out of the air, and, like, no offense, like I'm sure you don't know much with inner workings of the councils here, but like I just can't but help think that either they've been affected too, or they're biting their tongue to not say something that they know I personally done, that they know I made this deal, or they're just completely unaware. So
Dwarf did not exactly seem fond of you either. Now that you mention it.
well, given my history, I've done a lot of things, some stupid, some costly. So
I think we should keep an eye on him for now. Not that I want to potentially sow seeds of dissension amongst another region. But the last thing we want is for one of the region's leaders to have malice behind you when there's trying to be repairs made.
right.
So I think maybe we keep an eye on him when we head to Emberford.
That would be a good idea.
In the meantime, as you and him reach to the beginnings of the Strixland's main encampment, gathering the horses, you two mount one each and begin to make your way back to the group. Which Sonnet, Bonilia, Mabel, and Lascivious. The three of you, not including Lascivious as currently invisible, see Lyric and Michaelis kind of make their way off in the distance, and you're left kind of to your own devices for a bit until they show up. Know you have about maybe 15-20 minutes, give or take, with a walk there and then the ride back. What do you guys do?
I think as Mabel's attempting to get on her feet again, she'll look to Bonilia and Sonnet and just say, "What happened with the hag? Is she dead? Did she? But she's not here."
She ran away.
She got away? Did Lascivious not get what he wanted? Damn, okay. But you guys are okay, right? Like, no one is significantly...
All okay.
Everyone's safe.
And she's gonna look out to her surroundings again, and call out for Lascivious. Just say, "Lascivious, like, can you please show yourself?" Or not, okay. And I guess she'll take the moment, she'll look to Sonnet and she'll say, "I said I'm so sorry for what happened. I didn't mean for that discussion to come out as it did."
Okay, it was bound to come out at some point, and it would have been cruel for me to expect you to lie to him. It's not what I wanted you to do. I think it's fine that you told him.
I think
What?
it is good that he knows.
What did you tell him?
Oh, I said that the details would be left to Sonnet and he could speak with him, but that we had a plan and about Tekwin. That was pretty much it.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. I guess when everyone's together, we'll talk about it some more. I think we should. Also, Walker,
Yes.
I remember a detail from last session, and I can't recall if it's true or not. Did the hag's arm get blown off?
No.
No?
No.
Why do I remember that?
I don't know
Like,
where
not
you got
sliced
that.
by Michaelis or anything like that?
That was LaFay a long time ago.
Yeah,
No,
LaFay, no, the hag was pretty heavily damaged. Like, she had some pretty heavy, like, scarring and was cut really good, but she didn't lose any limbs or anything like that, no. She did drop her bag.
I don't think Mabel would know that.
Then no, I have no idea what you're talking about.
If she looks, is there a lot of blood on the ground?
There is quite a bit, yes. From where you remember the hag was standing, yeah, there's a substantial amount of blood.
Okay. Mabel is going to get up. She's gonna bring herself over and she's gonna bring herself to the ground. And she's gonna bring out her journal and she's gonna flip to an empty page, and I think she's gonna try and smear as much as she can onto one of them.
Sonnet's immediately gonna be like, "Whoa, Mabel, that's
Listen,
my
no,
MO?
I have an idea.
What's going on here?
I have an idea. We can
Bloodguard in
still find
training?
her. No, stop. Listen, I know what it looks like. We can still we can find her. I have an idea. When we settle down, I think I have a spell or two that can help with that. So not everything is lost.
Okay.
I don't have any vials, so the book was the next best thing. Yeah.
Bonelia's gonna pop into the shack real quick.
For sure. Are you looking for anything in particular?
No.
No? Okay. Yeah, kind of looking around the same kind of description as before. You know, being quite the mess. You said you're not really looking for anything in particular in the house?
No. Not really, just to see
Just to
what.
see with your own eyes kind of deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, you also make out the same kind of details as Michaelis and Lascivious before. You see the magical wall that kind of revealed the major leaning forwards of the major pathway coming up, the absolute wreck of the place, the manic scribblings and writings of someone who looks like they've been driven crazy. You actually, while you're in there, you hear a voice echo in the room that just says, "Shame. It's a very big shame." As you see Ashanta's head kind of like poke through one of the walls. She goes, "Hags would have been an incredible creature to put into your scythe, I imagine."
Maybe next time.
Maybe. You see her head like slowly phases back into the wall and like pops out of one of the tables, like a piece of paper like resting on her head. She goes, "She seems to be writing like someone who has lost all sense of reality. I wonder what
She
caused."
might have.
As she just like slowly
Oh,
dips back
you
down.
motherfucker.
I'm gonna take a closer look at the writing.
For sure. A lot of it is just absolute garbled wording. None of it makes any sense at all to the perceived like eye. As you're kind of looking over the pages, you see Ashanta's head poked through the wall ahead, looking down at the pieces of paper with you. I'd be careful if you run into her again.
Thank you.
Of course. Is there anything that I can do for you, Bonelia?
No, you do enough as it is. Thank you.
Okay. If you need guidance or assistance in anything, just know that I am here. As she kind of like slides back into the wall until eventually you see her face, just the face peeking out, like not even her hair, not the rest of her skull, just the face, as she just kind of whispers, "Anything at all," before she becomes encapsulated by the building again.
I take that in.
Bonelia, I kind of like shout into the house.
Oh, yeah.
I think we should probably get a move on, hey?
Yeah. Yeah, we should. And she joins back up with them.
Lascivious, in this time frame, do you do anything in particular?
I think Lascivious is like trying to figure out what is going on, because I don't think he fully understands where all of this emotion is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's kind of looking for like a way to like vent it out, because his wind got kind of taken out of his sails when the place was already trashed. And I think that there's a part of him that like knows that the hag is still out there, And then like Mabel said what she said, and I think Lascivious just kind of like he considers the idea of just burning the place down just to do something, but I think he stifles that and just remains silent. He follows everybody. If there's a concern that he's not there, he'll make himself known without exposing himself. But he is taken a vow of silence for the time being because he doesn't
For sure, yeah.
know what to do. Yeah.
The four of you kind of gather up your things, just kind of dust yourself off after the battle, clean yourself up a little bit, and begin to make your way. Lascivious having the hag's pouch attached to your own pouch as well.
I just stuffed it inside.
Oh, you put it inside the bag of holding? You put the bag of holding inside the bag of holding?
I guess for now, like, is that a problem?
I think it is.
It is actually okay then.
I think
Uh-oh.
He doesn't have to. I just assume that because it's just a bag.
both bags explode.
I
Well,
don't know, Michael.
uh-huh.
Does it create like a black hole and kill everything?
Kind of.
Shit, it
A
might.
conundrum.
If
Do
I
you
would,
even know what's in the bag?
I don't know what's in it.
You didn't check? Oh, I guess, yeah, you didn't check. Oh, this could be bad.
Yeah.
How about I don't do that then? Because I
Yeah.
just said that in the sense because you were like you put it on your
Good
hips. I'm like,
campaign, everyone. That's a wrap.
how about I don't?
I'll
do
tell you
that?
right now, it wouldn't create a black hole.
What?
I'll
Oh,
tell you
nice.
that.
But could have
It's
killed
just,
Lascivious.
Mm-mm.
Potentially.
Interesting.
Potentially,
No,
in a way.
I just assumed because it was a bag. I didn't know that there was a specific thing that a
Yeah,
bag of
no.
holding and a bag of holding would be a problem. So I didn't do that.
It more relies on the fact that you don't know what's in the bag of holding going inside the bag of holding, as they do still have a certain amount that they can carry before,
Oh, so
it's
it could have
too
like
much.
it could have been too much, and then right.
and then you would have
Rip.
potentially broken both.
But wait, so but if
which-
it's a bag of holding, doesn't that bag of holding hold the weight? But then it's still weightless on the outside.
No, because
It's a thing
what's
on the
in the bag of
rules.
holding then it counts to the original bag
Okay,
of holding.
okay,
It's
fair
not
enough.
holding the bag of holding. There's a lot of bag of holding, but yeah, you just kind of like attach it to your waist beside your own, for safety.
Okay, then I
Um,
won't do that.
The
Damn, all
four
right.
of you kind of make your way out for the night. After a little while, Michaelis and Lyric catch up to you guys. Kind of mounting your horses. Lascivious, you mount a horse, as a horse with nobody riding it is just with this
Does
group.
Do
invisible
I mount a
reins come up.
horse?
Do you?
you?
Tell me, do you mount a horse?
Would it? I guess it would slow everybody down. I guess I won't. Not mount a horse.
Okay.
I have.
I just
once
feel
tried it.
invisible arms come from under me and hold my stomach.
Yeah. After a little bit of riding, you reach a spot out in the desert land that has kind of, you can see like previous camp makeouts from other people that have gone through this area. Taking it as a good spot, you guys kind of place yourselves down for the night. You tie the horses up to a tree that is fallen over nearby and begin to make your camps for the night. Lyric has begun to get a little campfire kind of going, not too far off from the main path through Ecrium. Some reason, I'm gonna go back to this. You're gonna see Kane's map real quick, but it promises it says we're not going back to the Strix, or not Kane's, the Strixlands.
Mm. Ow.
Where? There we are. As you find yourselves continuing your pathway, you realize that you've made some pretty decent pace moving through Ecrium over the past few days. Like Jotun had said and Sara had said, traveling to Amberfort, which was put to on the map just up in this area here, would take about a week and a half worth of travel. You spent about 3 days-ish coming back or making your way to the Strixland's capital. Don't worry about that. That was not supposed to be there. Making your way, you kind of get up to about this area here. Michaelis, you know that there's probably about, or a week and a half was the timeline given. Sorry, to tackle the Titan. Traveling to Ember 4 was gonna take about a week. You've made some pretty good pacing. It's only about another 2 days worth of riding on the horses. With the amount of food that you have, you would have had to make a quick stop in the Strixlands just to get up some supplies real quick. So whoever wants to, we'll just say you can subtract 3 gold for supplies for the horses.
All right.
Just general kind of maintenance.
I'll do that.
And the day kind of begins to come to a close. We'll go one by one here before we close on the night. Michaelis, is there anything that you do before going to bed?
I'm going to quickly check on Mabel for a sec. I'm just gonna walk over and just to see how she's doing. I guess I'm just like, how's the wounds healing up?
Hi, yeah, no, they're okay. Nothing time can't fix, and some spells.
You haven't used magic yet?
Oh, some, but you know, figured maybe trancing would help too.
I don't know if I want to roll for this walker, but given that Michaelis have dealt with like penetrating wounds before with like arrows and so on and so forth, can I make a remedy or something that Michaelis might have or would have done throughout his like career? Roll for survival or something, or
just to kind of like help with the wounds.
Yeah, it's literally has to be a little herbal thing that I mash up just to give to her.
Sure, we'll say you can roll a medicine check.
Okay. That will be, wow, again, 19 plus 2, 21.
Yeah, just with some of the basic supplies that you have in your pack, some of the stuff that you would have bought while in Kane at the time, you're able to make like a small kind of like paste that kind of like numbs the area a little bit using some of the flora that's found in Ecrium, as well as do some basic stitching on some of the wounds that Lyric has kind of just wrapped around in bandages for the most part. Kind of tackle that for about 5 minutes or so until you get like a good majority of her wounds kind of stitched together.
I know it'd be probably quicker and less pain to fix this with magic, but I figure you want to save that for when it's important. So I've dealt with these kind of wounds before. That had happened to me a lot. So
From the war?
From the war, the mercenary stuff, falling drunk on my ass on a tear that did at one time on my backside. That was fun.
Yikes.
Yeah. But yeah. You see Michaelis kind of pause for a sec, just like contemplating. I found something in the house.
Right, you mentioned, yeah.
I just want to take the night to sit on it.
Okay.
But it is, I do want you guys to know, like, that, like, I do want to talk about it, but it's going to take me this night just to try to go over the possibilities, if that makes sense for now.
No, it makes sense. You said it was a note. Is everything okay?
I want to make sure you get proper sleep, so I don't want to say anything that will make you stressed or anything.
Oh, Michaelis.
Well, I mean, we're always stressed, so, you know.
No, that's okay. I can respect that.
I know Lascivious is not happy with me. But
What did you do something?
I did what I thought was the right thing, even though Lascivious said to trust him. And I think that made him
What?
extremely angry. He surrendered his blade because I'm guessing he was trying to work out a deal with the hag, and there was a moment, but
And the
So-
hag got away. I was told.
I didn't want the hag to try and do something to Lascivious or to anyone when she was being picked up by that bird. So I didn't kill her. I gave Lascivious that. I know it wasn't what he asked, but I did not want the hag to do something, so I knocked it out. And then the
I
bird
see.
picked it up. So, regardless of the fact, I don't know if it's just because there's something like I knew in the back of my head, or maybe it was just me acting on instinct, or maybe it was just me being stupid. I don't know. But I found a note with the hag that had a list of her dealings. And some of it pertains to what I've gone through. So it's just going to take me some time to
Yeah,
dwell
take
on
the
it.
night. It's okay. Take the night.
But
Um,
I guess I would like to speak with Lascivious, but I know he's quite pissed off. So he's invisible. So
Yeah, I would definitely give him some time. I know the hag was important to him. And getting some information about his soul.
yeah, I wish I came across this note before that.
Hmm.
But that's how things go sometimes, I guess. But at least now even if the hag is hostile the next time, I'm gonna make it my incentive to make sure that we can actually save her against her will, if that makes any sense. But I'm gonna try to make it up to Lascivious. At least I hope I can.
Yeah, I think for now maybe give him some space. Definitely don't wait to speak to him. And listen, I can understand why you did what you did. But despite that, it's gonna be
It's a mistake.
listen, you guys, we'll work this out. I have a bit of an idea of how we can find her, so I don't think that's lost just yet. So I hope so. But
I'm hoping that as I rest tonight, I might have some sort of idea I can help. Again, it's like I mentioned before, I've been having a sense of deja vu with certain things, some things I've been familiar with, but it's still our haze. But I'll explain the rest tomorrow. For now, rest. Don't put too much of this concentrated on a spot. It might might cause some problems. Evenly place it out. Put no more than a dab. If you put any more, it's too much. It's very potent.
right. Yeah. Thank you, Michaelis. This'll help.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll see you in the morning.
Have a good night.
Take care.
Sonnet. Is there anything that you do before going to bed for the night?
No, I think it's just like checking in with Mabel, making sure she's okay. Like I would use any of my spell slots to heal her up to full, basically.
Yeah.
Um, and we haven't. Sorry, the travel that we got to this point, that wasn't days. We were specifying how long it would take to get.
I think so.
Yeah. So Jotun has given you about a week and a half to. Yeah. Has
Okay.
given you about a week and a half to
Two.
get to Emberfort and deal with the Sky Titan.
Right.
You've only spent about 5 days on the roadish so far.
Okay, so I would have had my spell slots back. Then I think throughout the travel I had been healing her. She's probably fine
Well, I mean,
by.
this is day 5 that you're on the road. The day hasn't ended yet.
Yeah, we only just
so-
set
I
out.
see. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'd use up all my other spell slots just to heal.
For sure.
And honestly, anybody that I could see for that matter that
That's doing hurting a little.
yeah.
Lascivious will kind of drive by, drop a potion of healing onto Mabel's map, and then keep, not being noticed.
And then
Amazon
if
Prime
she
it, next day delivery.
if she, yeah, if she attempts to drink it, I'll be like, save that. I'll just show you the magic.
Don't mix that and my medicine together. For the
Yep,
love of
thank
God.
you. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you,
Alrighty.
Lascivious.
Okay, for sure. Bonelia, is there anything that you do before kind of going into your kind of stasis-like slumber-ish thing?
She searches. She looks for Lascivious.
For sure. How hard are you trying to make it so that you can't be tracked?
I mean,
Lascivious?
the only real thing, like, I don't know, like, I'm assuming you could probably still find footprints, because it's not like he can just fly.
Yeah.
But he cannot be heard or
Yes.
cannot be seen. So that's kind of, and it's nighttime, so I don't know. He's not.
Well, dimly lit by the campfire. We'll say you can roll a perception check to see if you
I did drive by Mabel, so.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
wouldn't be too hard to kind of point out maybe the general direction, but knowing exactly where he is, kind of impossible, but knowing in the vicinity is a possibility.
Like, sorry, is he still invisible? Like,
Yep.
have
Yeah.
we?
Lascivious has
Okay,
been
so-
keeping it up.
He's casting
Okay,
it every hour.
but like, oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 22 on perception.
22? Yeah, you see footprints in like.
Can I do
the
a stealth
sand
check?
and the dirt. So you would know the general vicinity. It's still a little hard to pinpoint, even with the light and the footprints. With him being invisible, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where he is. You could be looking this way and trying to talk to Lascivious when he's right here.
I can imagine,
You know.
like, right, the where I see Lascivious kind of heading is just kind of just out, like, a bit outside of the group towards wherever maybe like a body of trees are, and he's just kind of laying into a tree with his fists, like he's just
Well, at this point,
trying to.
out this far into the mesa, there's not really much trees around
Oh,
anymore.
okay, fair
now
enough.
It's just kind of like large rock faces. So you could still be laying into them. It's just
Yeah,
for a little
he's
more
he's
on
being
my
a little
hands.
bit more, he's angry, so he's just,
For sure.
yeah.
After a little while of kind of like following the tracks, Benuli, you do kind of see what appears to be little bits of like dust being shaken from something hitting a rock face in the vicinity.
She's just gonna sit down, like opposite, and she's not gonna say anything.
Okay, just be there with him for sure. Lascivious, do you do anything in your night before sleeping other than just pummeling these rocks?
To be honest, I feel like I think that Bonelia would probably catch here and there some hints of Lascivious crying potentially, like just little bits here and there of like just very much stifling it, but it coming out at some points as he's going about. Yeah.
With that new information, Benuli, is there anything that you do?
I think she would try to like put a hand on him to comfort him, but doesn't know where he is. So she tries a
like-
couple of times and like touches nothing and
If
just
she-
leaves
when
him
she
alone.
goes to touch, she sees that the impact points move up like farther away
Yeah.
from her as it keeps going.
Okay. Then Mabel, is there anything that you do before going to bed then?
I think she's going to maybe be looking at her journal. Like I imagine everyone's kind of got their station set up. and her books are beside her. Maybe she's just lying down. She's just kind of like looking at them. I think to Sonnet, she'll just be like, I could do it tonight. I could try and find her. Do you think I should, or do you think that should wait?
Well, if you try tonight, you could regain your strength for tomorrow, and then we can try again then if it doesn't necessarily work.
Yeah, okay. And she'll bring herself to sit up, probably a couple winces of pain here and there. And what I would like to do, Walker, is using the blood that I have in my journal. I would like to cast scrying and use that as part of the connection, which will give a -10 to the save modifier. Then just as a recap, I can see and hear a particular creature that I choose on the same plane of existence. Make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target and the sort of physical connection you have to it.
So let's see. I would say for knowledge it's a +0 because you just met the target.
Yep.
But then your connection, you do have the blood, so the -10. Okay. So she's gonna roll, and then we're gonna -10 from it.
Yes, she will.
Okay, I have gotta get that. Wow, I was not expecting to need her stat block.
Oopsies.
Oh, I'm in characters, not creatures. That's why. Alrighty. Said it's wisdom. Okay. So that is going to be a 25 -10, so 15.
That does not hit.
Does not succeed.
So.
Sorry.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Do not.
Spell creates an invisible sensor within 10 feet of the target. You can see it through the sensors if you were there. Okay. With the sensor, so you can see this. You can see this creature, hey?
I can see and hear as if I was there. The sensor moves with the target, remaining within 10 feet of it.
For sure.
I would like to keep behind her.
Okay. Yeah, you stay behind the hag as you see it's still being carried by this raven. It looks like it's kind of like a little bit loopy as she's still kind of flying, kind of like grasping at some of the areas that she's been massively cut into and is trying to repair. You see her head is like fidgeting kind of like all over the place, similar to like Tekuin's way. Only not exactly a perfect replication. It's still kind of like in somewhat control. It's just kind of like somebody who's a little paranoid, just kind of checking around everywhere. Until eventually the hag kind of lands down. You see her kind of wobble in an area that is much more green in color of the surrounding area. It's kind of like a plains area, as it looks like they're taking a rest for the night. Recalling back to the map that you've seen of Ekrim, you know there's realistically only two places that match the description of this biome, and that is somewhere around the Kane general area, or on the islands to the right of Kane, and somewhere in there. And that's where she's at for the moment. The spell does last only for about 10 minutes. So around the time that she lands and is beginning to like kind of hobble down and prepare like a small little encampment for herself is when the spell would relatively end. But yeah, you know that she's kind of generally just based on biome somewhere around here.
Cool. Yeah, I think to kind of decorate this spell casting a bit, I think maybe there's like a really small, subtle gust of wind, um, and she kind of maybe creates this like small orb in her hands,
Mhm.
and I would say her eyes start to glow, and um, if I can see and hear, does that mean that my senses around me are being preoccupied with what I'm looking at?
For you,
Because I don't think it says, but I know other spells it'll specifically say like
yeah, it
everything else.
stuff like the thing where you can see through find familiar says that you
Hmm.
cut out your senses on your person. This doesn't, so I'm going to say that you can hear what's in your vicinity and see what's
Cool.
in your vicinity as well.
Cool. Yeah. So then, after a while, it'll kind of all stop. She'll kind of do her thing. And she'll turn to Sonnet and say, she was in the air for quite a bit. She just landed, but she's somewhere green. Although there's not a lot of places that are green on Ecrium, so she's not it's not a lot to go on just yet, but she's getting her bearings.
It's just useful information to know, anyways. Just the fact that she's near Kane
Mm.
means we can probably find her on the way back.
Yeah, I agree. Um
But
it's
you
all
shouldn't push yourself any further. Um, you should get
no,
some
no,
rest.
I'm done for the night. Okay, well maybe not done for the night. I would like to see if there's anything else banishment related.
For
I
sure.
know Arc. Yeah. So, yeah, is there anything?
Opening your eyes to it, your eyes don't glow as largely anymore. They're no longer like this beacon
Mhm.
showcase themselves. There's more like a faint light that come from them, almost like your not your iris, but the cuticles kind of glow with a little more intensity. Um, in this general vicinity, there's not a single trace of anything. Um, get the sense that potentially more towards the Strixlands might have been as far as they went when they
Mhm.
went on this excursion. Um, but you're not entirely sure. It just might be you're not on the right path to where they might have gone through again. But in this
Mhm.
vicinity, no, there's nothing.
Are her eyes glowing?
Their colors of her eyes are a lot brighter,
Okay,
but
I
her
scold
eyes
her.
aren't glowing white.
I'm
It's
like,
part of
"Ew,
my nighttime routine. It's fine. I'm done. I'm done.
told you to go to bed.
I will. I will. I'm doing it.
You
I'm doing
need
it.
rest. You almost died. You need rest, please."
As the night kind of winds down, you see Lyric. Lyric takes the first watch, just kind of like doing a small march around the camp. Bonilla, you kind of are able to keep an eye on him every now and then, as you're kind of like intermittently not really paying attention as you rest yourself as well, but you able to make out his shape as he kind of wanders around the camp. Um, he kind of goes to the horses, takes care of them for a little bit until eventually he goes over to Michaelis and kind of like nudges him with the pommel of his blade or of one of his daggers and just kind of shakes him awake a little bit. Hey,
Mhm.
you're gonna be doing second watch.
Oh, of course. Anything interesting?
No, I think we're on a pretty well-traveled path. Shouldn't be too much to expect here for the night. Hopefully,
Yeah,
anyway.
well, I don't think many bandits like to come out here. They don't like the
Don't like
Yankee.
Gith, don't like dwarves, don't like hags.
Don't like us. So
Yeah. I'm gonna get some rest. Feel free to wake us if something comes up.
I'll let out a warning if that happens.
See, he kind of goes over to where he set down his camp, and he kind of goes into it and tucks himself in. Let's have you roll a perception check there, Michaelis.
All right. Perception.
Michaelis.
That is a unnatural 20. 13
An
plus
unnatural
7.
20. With that, yeah, the night goes pretty uneventful. Caravan kind of goes through, just kind of traveling by, but doesn't cause any attention. Some people kind of like stop by, give you a little wave as they pass through. But nothing really eventful happens on the watch. Everything is calm and quiet for the night, with the exception of the small crackling of the charcoals beneath the campfire. As you feel like you're getting close to what I would say is around the 3 to 4 a.m. mark, looking around, everyone is still fast asleep or in their kind of comatose state that Bonilla goes into. You hear what sounds like a rock that has been kicked off in the distance. The sounds are like rocks kind of clacking against each other.
I draw my sword.
Okay. Going towards the sound very carefully. Have you make a stealth check to see, unless you want to make yourself aware or known.
Not just yet.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll make you have a stealth check then.
That'd be a 15.
A 15. You are being very careful with your steps. You know, staking away from any loose rocks. You're doing pretty well to keep yourself hidden. The drowsiness of being kind of awoken in the middle of the night is kind of keeping you a little bit looser than normal, but you're still doing fairly well of keeping your noise to a hush. As you get closer to where that sound emanated from, probably about a good 20 to 30 feet away from the group, just do a small little curve around one of the rocks from the mesa, and you see what looks to have been some shifted stone or some recently moved dirt. As you do, you kind of notice something blur through your vision, almost like something was moved incredibly fast. It was just like a quick blur of some dark figure kind of moving, and catches you, trying to like look for it, but it was gone the moment you try to catch it. You ready yourself again just in case it is a violent encounter, and you see it again. Something flashes by with this black blur. You go to catch it again, and it's gone. Whatever this thing is incredibly fast. Tightening your grip on your blade that you've done many times before in this kind of situation, you feel almost hands envelop your hands. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
A saving throw?
Yes.
Just to make sure I'm not being charmed or anything, right?
No, this is for paralyzation.
Oh. Please roll high. 28.
28. You steady yourself, but you still feel these hands envelop yours. You aren't paralyzed, but as you look around, your surroundings have turned into this black. You look around consistently, trying to get your bearings, but the surroundings have become darker and darker. The sky has turned into this almost empty abyss. The stars, their light completely disappears. You don't hear a single sound. It's almost like all of your sensories are removed. It's almost like a sensory deprivation tank. You just feel like you're floating, but that sensation of your hands being enveloped are still there. You look down, they're not your hands. They are these bony, skin-tight hands that are probably about 2 to 3 times smaller than yours. Looking down to yourself, your muscly figure isn't there anymore. You see a man quite frail, at least in appearance, but is wielding the blade with such confidence. So you look forward and you see a figure ahead of you matching the same description. You see they walk towards you with each step causing ripples in this black abyss that is below you, until eventually they get up to you, standing about maybe a foot shorter than you. This frail and stringy black hair, a pale face with some scarring along them. Got this kind of long, dark robe that showcases pale skin underneath that also is covered in scars. You see they put their hands around yours and they rip Engraver from you. Do you attempt to keep Engraver in your grasp? I need an answer, Ian.
I know. I'm gonna resist.
You're gonna resist, so you're gonna keep the Engraver sword in your hands?
I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna say audibly, it's like, hey. This is like,
For sure. As you voice
I
that
might
out,
be like, who are you? Like, I might be like,
as you speak out, you see the head tilts up towards you as the hair kind of moves out of its way. It's someone with the age appearing to be around yours. They are half elven in appearance, and they have this extremely murderous eyes. They're this blood red that are incredibly bright. As you kind of rip it away and say, "Who are you?" He goes and attempts to rip it back and go, "I am you." As you pull it back, he kind of goes forward and goes, "You are me." As you then pull it back, or he pulls it back again and goes, "We are Engraver. You are Engraver." As you then pull it back, and he looks to you and goes, "But I am Killinger, and you are Michaelis." As the two of you battle over this sword for a little while, until eventually, I need you to make a contested strength check, please.
saving throw?
Not a saving throw, it's a strength check. So you're gonna roll a d20 plus your strength modifier.
Unnatural 20, 15 plus 5.
15 plus 5. You feel it rip the sword completely out of your hands. The sword embeds itself into that black abyss and goes, You will fall like every single one of us has. And you will fall soon. As you see this figure goes and slashes you with the sword, you feel yourself cut in half. And as you do, that black abyss quickly comes back, almost like a fast-forwarding effect. The environment returns back to its normal, and you are left completely out of breath, sweat drenching you, and your hands shaking on the blade.
Is Engraver still with me?
The blade is still in your hands, yes, but you are shaking as you hold it. You can't get like a proper grip onto it.
It's like it hurts to hold it.
Yes, you feel you are normally quite confident with wielding this blade. This particular moment, you don't have that confidence.
What was the name of the guy? Killinger?
Killinger is the name that you heard, yes.
Let me edit that. Killinger. I'll just spell it like it is until I get a correct thing. But yeah.
As you kind of get yourself back together, kind of like shaking it off, you hilt Engraver back and make your way back to the camp as daybreak has kind of begun to creep above. You have no idea how long you were in that space. It didn't feel like long, but an hour or two must have passed at minimum, given the sun beginning to rise. Coming back to camp, the rest are beginning to kind of awaken as the rest of your watch, for that small bit that you're left at the camp, comes to a good end. Bonelia, say you are kind of the first one to kind of jostle yourself out of this comatose state. Just kind of like stretching a little bit, getting your joints kind of ready for the rest of the day. As Michaelis kind of comes closer into the camp, looking a little stern and a little stirred and shaken. Do you do anything at all?
Yeah.
Where you are with Lascivious, he's a little ways off, so it might take a little bit to get up to him, but he's in your view.
I go up to him. Are you okay? Did you fight someone?
I think so, but I'm not. I think it was a vision. Something. I thought it was Tekoin for a hot minute there, but it's. I think. You see me kind of like holding the sword, kind of like by like my pinky, kind of like just like just like. I think it was this. I think it's kind of threatening me. I'm not sure now. It's.
I'm
If
gonna
you see me
reach my hand out and like offer to take it.
You can hold it, but stay by me. So I'm just let her hold it, see if she feels anything from it.
I just
You're
I just hold it so he doesn't have to.
As you hold on to it, Bonilla, you feel like your hand just go woof as it's a pretty hefty sword. It just kind of places itself into the dirt. After a little while, you're able to, you've carried
drag
heavy
it
weaponry
along.
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just kind of doing a small little trail in the sand behind you. As you kind of like prepare, maybe like begin to cook like a breakfast type deal by the campfire, Michaelis, as the sword's kind of drawn away, you feel this energy kind of drawn from you away. Almost like you're a little weaker, not as strong. You're physically, you feel fine, but something about you feels misplaced.
Onelia,
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to hold out my hand to try to draw it toward me. I'm gonna tell Benelia, it's like, let go of the sword. Let me see if I can draw it.
I let go.
The sword comes to you without any problem. It just draws a line in the sand as it goes until it eventually comes into your hand.
Well, I kind of look at Benelia, just kind of surprised, like, I guess it had its ups and downs, but that'll do. And I put it on my back, and just you see me just kind of like, almost like having like a cold pain of like the weakness, as Walker said. It's just like I have weakness in my hands almost, but I'm like kind of rubbing it, and I go to prepare a meal of some sort.
For sure. Okay. That in mind. Next up, we'll go with Lascivious. You kind of wake up after a little while. Your invisibility has ended as you went to bed. Kind of waking up a little sore because the areas that you've been sleeping in with all the rock and the hard ground has been a little hard, especially with the angle that you probably would have slept leaned up against the rocks. Not the most comfortable position that you've ever been in, but you managed to get through. Anything that you do see, Michaelis kind of beginning to try to like cook something off by the campfire. Bonelia also in the general vicinity.
I guess Lascivious has no interest in engaging with Michaelis and doesn't want to engage. I think he's gonna quickly investigate the bag of holding and like see if it's like because he remembers that she was getting hurt when she was putting her hand in it. So I guess he's seeing if the bag of holding itself is what was hurting her, or if it's probably something on the inside.
For sure. So are you reaching into the bag holding?
No, he's just kind of observing it, do a little investigation. Maybe he'll open it to see if like something's in there, but just to.
For sure. Looking at it from the outward, it's just a bag of holding. It's almost like a replica of yours. Only this one is seen some usage over time. It's a little worn out.
Right.
Opening it, it's just like looking into your traditional bag of holding. There's just an empty space. knowing that if you were to think of something, it would eventually kind of retract from it if it were in there. But nothing is reaching out. Nothing is.
Does
nothing's really
Lascivious
happening.
have an idea that unless he knows what's in it, he can't pull it out?
In the general likeness, yes, you don't really think that you can pull anything out unless you know what it is. However, you did read a ledger that went through a long list of things that have been
Right.
traded. That list, that particular list has some physical items to it.
Okay.
But a lot of it seems to some of it been magical, some of it is actual items. So there's like dozens, and this list goes back.
I think Lascivious.
Decades, so
I think Lascivious, he, out of curiosity, knowing what was on the thing, I think he gets a mage hand prepared because he knows that that was hurting her, and so he's gonna mage hand, and he's gonna imagine the individual's physical strength and try to pull that out and see if that's like something that can be pulled out of the bag.
you go into the bag, the mage hand. Mage hand grabs something. It pulls out a vial with some
Okay.
green liquid into it. And this is a potion of hill giant strength.
Okay.
You drink this as a bonus action, and your strength will temporarily increase to 21.
Okay. He's gonna put that in his bag of holding, and then he's gonna imagine the wisdom, or the what was it?
Because he traded physical strength for mental fortitude. So
Yeah, okay, so, but I thought somebody, I think he's gonna pull out, the wealth and prosperous, the wealth. He's gonna pull out the wealth.
From which one? Sorry.
The Kompeki family.
So they wished for love.
Oh, they wish for...
They traded their fertility.
Oh, okay, he's not gonna pull that out. Well, he doesn't know what that is, but, let me see
Why
here.
is this a penis?
I think,
A vial of white liquid.
Oh, gross.
It's a
I,
jar.
It's old.
I think he's going to,
It's a jar
Like,
and
it's
a
a
maki
jar of
doll is in it.
yogurt.
Sorry, what'd you say, Lascivious?
I think Lascivious is annoyed that Michaelis made a choice without trusting him and even listening to what Lascivious said. So I think in a little spat of revenge, but also with the assumption that it's not going to cause problems, in fact, help, because he saw the note, he's going to pull out Michaelis, the Stone Rose's family memories.
Mage hand comes out empty.
Oh. He goes, all right, well, I guess they're somewhere else. I think...
We'll say, you do recall as well, the hag put the feather in the bag.
Oh, yeah, no, he's gonna pull that out as well, yeah. How does the feather even look?
Like a feather.
Calling upon Kapir's feather in the hand, it comes out. It's still in its traditional shape. Only the actual little, I don't know what they're called, but the actual feather part of the feather, they seem to have decayed a bit. They look still okay-ish for the most part, but looks like being detached from you
Yeah.
did some damage to them.
Does he get the sense that he can no longer communicate with Kapir?
You'd have to try.
Yeah, Lascivious will give up a first level spell.
You still get that static back. The static is still there. Looking at the feather, it appears that the sentimental value of it is truly what was worthwhile to the hag,
Right.
and that the feather didn't actually have any physical or magical input on the world. It was simply a sentimental memory that is now crumbled as it's been given away.
Okay. Yeah, I honestly kind of struggle to know if Lascivious knows what a wedding ring is or like the significance of a wedding band.
Mhm.
So I don't think he really has any. He'll pull out the wedding ring just to see if it's like,
For
if
sure.
we need to sell something potentially.
Pulling it out, it's just a make an investigation check on the ring, actually.
Uh, that's gonna be 25.
25. Looking over the ring, you see many rings like it. It's kind of just like a basic copper band. You see the band itself wouldn't really sell for much, although you could maybe get like a gold piece or two from the right person who just wants it to melt it down.
Okay.
However, you do see a gemstone attached to the very top piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite marvelous because the band looks relatively old and
Yeah.
not very well taken care of, but the gemstone looks to be in perfect condition. With a 25, taking that jewel out, you can add a diamond to your inventory.
Huh.
Let's go.
Oh,
I don't think
shit.
Lascivious will take out the diamond. I think he's gonna leave it in there because I don't think he trusts himself to like remove the diamond and potentially like damage it or something. So I think he's just gonna take note that there is a diamond on here, like a real diamond, put it in his bag of holding, and
For sure.
yeah.
So you can add a diamond ring to your inventory.
Cool.
Bling bling.
And I think Lascivious is just going to. He's definitely not feeling the same emotions that he was yesterday because he's kind of stifled it all out. And I think that. Or beat it all out of him, I guess. And I think he just kind of sit there's and kind of feels embarrassed and wishes he never said anything at all.
Okay. As you just kind of get your things ready,
just sits
checking
there,
through the
yeah.
items of the bag. Sonnet, you come out. Or I should say Mabel, because Mabel would be trancing first. Mabel, you kind of come out of your trance as well.
Mhm.
Anything that you do right off the top?
Yeah, she'll collect her books, kind of claps them back in their spots. And looking around, I guess I see Lascivious.
You see everybody at this point.
Yeah.
The only
Cool.
the only people who are still like asleep right now are Sonnet and Lyric.
Okay. Now that Lascivious is visible, I think she seems a little hesitant to go over and doesn't want to like bring everything up first thing in the morning. But making a decision in her head, I think she'll start to get up, but lean down and press a kiss to Sonnet's forehead before getting up, and she'll walk over to Lascivious and say, "Morning. Mind if I sit?"
Lascivious kind of like side eyes Mabel a little bit and just kind of like,
Or is it taken?
I don't see anybody else.
She will sit. I wanted to do this earlier. You mentioned your horns the other day, and how they've grown. Have you experienced any pain after that?
It was more so during.
And your shoulder blades, they're okay too?
Haven't felt anything since.
I wanted to ask if you would mind me taking a look, doing some magic.
You can do whatever you want.
No, but I'm asking you, are you okay with that?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
She'll do it. I'll cast, In Mabel's head, if she maybe specifically did it on his horns, would identify wield more results than a detect magic?
Identify would more than likely, because magic, detect magic would only tell you if they're magical and what school of magic they would pertain to. Given that this is a physical property of lascivious, identify would probably be the better option.
Cool. Yeah, then I will cast identify as a ritual, so free baby.
For sure. So, identify. Firstly, you see casting identify onto Lascivious's horns. There is no magic affecting it. You can tell that they are not magical in any way or shape or form. There's no special properties to Lascivious's horns or anything like that, or just Lascivious in general. You can tell that he's just kind of a person with the ability to cast some magic. Do get a description, though, that strictly just states horns in their mid stage.
I think as she's casting this spell, maybe a bit of a glow from her fingers. She'll kind of be hovering around his horns, not really wanting to like touch him. But then she'll pull back. That's strange.
What?
I think I says that you're growing. That this isn't done. Makes me wonder.
That's pretty weird.
When we were in the hellscape, did you by any chance have I don't know, like a talk with your mother about, you know,
About what?
like more on like who she is and I know there's still some confusion there, but about what, you know, if you are her child, you
I thought I brought it up, but
well, yes, I mean, yeah, you've mentioned, you know,
she said
some
that
things and
we probably are elder beings. So, no definitive.
yeah, but just I think this definitely is, well, I mean, it adds to that. I think it proves more than enough that this is a sign of something happening, some kind of, I don't know, transformation.
Yeah, somehow I get the feeling that, or I've more or less potentially realized that maybe my body is still growing. But
Yeah, that would check out.
I don't know what that means. Other than
How does it make you feel?
exactly what it is. I don't know. Sorry, I almost got you killed.
Lascivious, that was not you. You didn't do that. I don't want you to think like that.
Yeah, well, Michaelis didn't do. Michaelis chose to trust me, you'd probably be dead. So.
Well, we don't know that. I could have died either way, but I am still here. Michaelis filled me in on what I missed, I think. I can understand why he did what he did, but I can also understand how that might make you feel.
No, I made the wrong choice. He made the right one, so. Don't bother trying to look into it. I got what I need, so.
What is it with everyone blaming themselves and the choices they make? You really gotta stop that.
Maybe.
Yeah, I would say yes. Look, you wanted to do what you thought was the best course of action, and
It was the wrong one.
it
Like
wasn't. You
always.
don't know that.
I don't know.
While I'm here, I want to apologize for not telling you about Sonnet's plan for Tekoin. I didn't mean for any of that to happen the way that it did. You asked me, and I didn't want to keep it from you, but I know that I know how it sounds that and what you were saying that you felt, and I'm sorry that we did that.
Like you said, he probably had a good reason for it, so. It's unfair for me to beg you guys to trust me and.
It's not about trust, Lascivious. It's not. I do believe that he has his reasons, because I know his reasons, and I also know that it wasn't on purpose that we were trying to keep this from you. It wasn't. I know how it seems personal, and it's not, and maybe that's unfair of me to say, but we're all trying to do what we think is best, and sometimes it isn't. Like how you said about making choices, how you feel it was the wrong one. Well, I'm sorry Michaelis didn't have your back, but that does not mean that what you did got me killed, or almost killed. You didn't. You didn't. Hope that sticks with you. I'll leave you be.
Okay.
If you want. Or I can stay. Okay, I'll see you later. And she'll get up. And she'll go.
Around this time, Sonnet. You are.
Look around. As soon as I see Mabel, I just go over to wherever she's at, and I just like lightly tap her wherever I can. Either it's a pat on the head or like a slap on the shoulder or something like that, and I just death ward. Just keep walking, you know.
Good morning to you too. Okay.
Like, good morning, babe.
Strange
Do
man.
you do anything right in the morning, or are you just kind of getting ready?
I think it's more so getting ready, just making sure she's death warded. After that, I just have nothing else to do. Like, that's just the first thing
Okay.
on my mind is just being like, yep, death ward is on. Okay, now what?
Okay.
Um,
Yeah. Since you're all awake, Larrick eventually kind of wakes up after a little bit too, kind of like stretching himself. Kind of changes into little by little, kind of changes into a more like travel ready clothing, especially going up towards him. Before you can see, he's got this. He normally wears like this kind of heavier, kind of like armor um, piece that he's shedded for something that's a little bit more akin for what looks to be warmer weather, as he kind of gets himself into some more lighter armor and lighter clothing. I hope you all enjoy heat. It's gonna get very warm very soon.
like how warm?
As he looks over to you, he's like, I'd probably shed the jacket.
Ah, I love this jacket. I'm just gonna start slowly taking it off.
Wah,
Sure.
wah, wah, wah.
Um,
I have clothes underneath the jacket, Mabel.
Yeah, but like it's different. It's different now.
as everybody kind of gets their belongings together, we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna
Nice.
take 15.
On pause.
Yay.
Alrighty.
Michael
Come back
Caine.
to as everybody's kind of prepping for the day's travel ahead, knowing that there's only a couple of days until you reach Emberfort. Because it's been quite a long time since you've been to Emberfort and its mountainous ranges and the cave systems and the mining halls and this all these different things. It's been quite a long time. Everybody kind of gets their horse ready. I'll say this is the time to bring up something before we go into a wild bit of travel. So if there's anything anybody would like to do, please make it known at this moment. Yes, Michaelis.
So as we're walking, I guess I'm gonna walk beside Mabel and Sonnet. But if the other people are in the vicinity, I'm talking loud enough that they can hear. So what I said last night, Mabel.
Yes, yeah.
You see Michaelis take out a folded piece of paper and unfold it and hand it towards you. And I give her a moment just to read it.
Dave, she had a piece of paper ready.
Well, it's my notes. I tried to improv. Anyway,
She's always
That's
got
good.
paper around.
She has that
you
paper.
should see my desk. Anyway,
Look, it's the paper that Michaelis found.
Mm.
That he found.
that
Oh,
you
yeah.
that you found
take
and you
that.
threw on the
But
floor.
Michaelis
and I took.
said he found. Anyways.
Whatever.
anyways, I take the time to read it. Focus on the Stone family at the bottom. And she has this like look in her eyes of like, oh, this is like real confirmation. And she'll look to Michaelis and Sonnet as they're walking and be like, I knew, of course we know like what's been happening with your mother and we didn't know why, and this is clearly something to go off of that, but
Yes,
I thought it was
the
Michaelis-
drinking myself, but like
the drinking.
I thought that was something to do with me personally, but now this kind of confirms that it's something else.
I don't know about that. Michaelis, when we were talking on the boat and you were telling me about what you last remembered about Ecrium all those years ago, you said that it was a little hazy, that you were either forgetting some parts or like weren't sure, and I just kind of assumed that, after time, like anyone else, you forget some things, but it makes sense. Ever since you've been back, you've been missing some details, and I think this more than proves that I mean, it says that something was taken. Memories.
Something.
I think that extends to you.
Well, it definitely does.
So
It mentions griefs and mistakes, but like I remember my people dying, my squad dying. I lost a lot of people. I can't imagine what it could be more than that. Like shame. I,
Something.
I don't know
You
what it could
don't
be.
you don't remember exactly why you were banished, correct?
I believe it to be because the amount of people that died at the final battle. I tried to save a lot of civilians, but like even with my squad and such, my squad got wiped, and at least like half of the civilians that were there were killed. I mean, they're all gonna die regardless, but like I still lost a lot of people. I I just from that to when I left, it's all a haze. I just assumed. I remembered it being something to do with that they just banished me, and my father decided to come with me for some reason.
You mentioned to me that they had used you as what's the
A,
word, scapegoat or something.
a scapegoat, yeah, because they needed my squad, my special squad and such that I made for these infiltrations to try to find these necromancers. Like they were like the best people of the provinces that I took from. Like Venori, Canis, Elias Jade. They only survived because they left the group for their various reasons before this battle. If they were there, they would have been dead. I could guarantee that. It was just sheer carnage in the whole situation. Everything went wrong. And for some reason, I lived. And I don't know why. Probably has something to do with this, but since Engraver, it's been inert, so it's just been there, pointing to my necromantic wound. I
How has
assume,
that been, by the way?
hon- honestly, ever since Engraver's been with me, it's been inert. So I quite
Hmm.
honestly, I haven't been thinking about it, which may be a cause for concern because once, if and when I get rid of Engraver or somehow able to control it, I don't know what happens. Besides that
Yeah.
point, though,
Hmm.
I don't know. Like something.
I think what
I,
worries me is that you remember the deaths and of the civilians killed, of your squadron being killed, and if you remember that, I can only wonder what you aren't remembering.
Exactly. Sarah lost her memory for something, right? And from what it says here, it seems like you would forget that something. So there's something that we don't know still yet.
it was important enough for my mother to forget her memory of me,
And that's
and I.
big.
But I can't help but think, like with all the hags deals, that there's a caveat in there that there's some backroom deal within the deal that was just to cause suffering, and I can't help but think that she did something to my father. That's
Michaelis,
what
your father was human, right?
that he was, yes, but
How old was he? Because maybe it was just illness like anyone else.
I mean,
I don't want to rule it out that the hag could have had anything to do with it, but I think the deal as it states here that it was between you and your mother and forgetting memories and mistakes and grief and not about your father.
I can't help but think that even if it was not the hags doing then, that it was something
Maybe.
that ate away at him.
Walker.
Yes.
Lascivious having reached in the bag and pulled out some of the things that were donated or like transacted, would Lascivious be able to like fall under the assumption that the hag probably has the memories of Sarah and Michaelis on herself, like on her person?
Potentially, but you can't steal someone's fertility properly in a
Right.
physical form. Some of it is.
But somehow it was taken.
You can assume that a lot of it is probably done by magic.
Hmm.
And not everything that is taken by magic needs to be in a physical form.
Not
But
held, but erased.
Yeah, this seems to be more of a thing that she removed it, not traded for it.
oh, interesting.
And that the trade is more of a sick way of making it seem like there's some kind of a transaction happening.
It's like a
when-
lobotomy.
When in reality, sometimes the hag just wanted to do shitty things to people, and so traded them, quote unquote, traded things for things when realistically someone isn't getting anything at all.
Right. So it's safe to say that those memories are probably just not existing anymore.
More than likely.
Okay.
So I don't know. The thing I fear, I don't know what it has been a greater restricting thing that I could have done than the loss of my own people I cared for, my friends. Something that's
Do you think anyone would know what happened? If not you or your mother?
Based off of the response in the council room, the way that they even looked at Michaelis, I think some of them might have a clue. They seemed pretty hostile towards him.
I agree.
And
perhaps Elias. He
Ursa.
was a previous. Sorry, my bad.
Elias.
Fun fact: that was supposed to be his name, but I found there was two Eliases, so I couldn't choose that. So, anyways, perhaps Urson.
Just a good name.
It's a really good name, but perhaps Urson. He was a previous squad member, and like, considering the picture, that might have been him. So maybe he has more details or something that he could talk about. But I don't know. Like he's always been to put it bluntly, has a stick up his ass most of the time. But like I never put it past him to be like a good companion. Maybe he knows, but I can't help but think maybe they don't know, or maybe they're just being respectful, or just there's too many possibilities that the council could just be.
Has he always been this way to you?
Urson?
Yes.
For the most part, yeah. Like he's been kind of stodgy, to put it blunt. Like,
Okay. Well,
I remember like he was always being. And you see Michaelis kind of dwell on, like, almost like pause for a sec. He had a problem with me with someone. But I don't know if I don't know who it was. He You see Michaelis is almost like struggling, that he's having a migraine.
okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. We can talk to him when we get back. I think that would do some good.
He might be the best one to speak to. Otherwise, maybe Jotun. I get along with him better than Silvis or anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
But perhaps we can speak with him at the Ember Fort.
Yeah. Yeah, I say we do that.
the important thing to note is that something is not as it seems, and that you should be prepared to learn something from your past that you may not want to relearn about.
But there's a reason
And
why
depending
I wanted to sell it,
on,
right?
yes, but depending on that moment, I just need you to make an effort to keep your head about. I'm thinking back to what happened in the mines, and I know, of course, it was a tough thing with your father and all. I just need your head to be there.
I'm
I
praying.
can't. gonna look over to Mabel, and she just has that like faint glow of the rose gold necklace. I can't. We can't afford to lose anybody.
Michaelis kind of looks off in front of him, just towards like the walking path, and I can only pray that whatever this was that I gave up, it's not going to be as worse as the death of my father.
Whatever it is, we're here for you, okay?
I appreciate that. I pray, I hope.
We'll figure it out.
Only time will tell.
As well as kind of get prepped for the horses and everything along those lines, I'll ask once more as a final time: is there anything anybody would want to do or specify before the travel begins?
Lascivious is
We're gonna
just
be going
waiting
by
on the horse.
horseback, right? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
That's fine. I was just saying that Lascivious is just waiting on his horse at this point.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, it's by horseback, probably about another couple of days worth of travel is kind of the mapped out timeline that you've come to be told by Michaelis, knowing the lay of the land and such. But if there's no other questions or anything along those lines, you guys begin to move your way. Going through the travel, your first day goes remarkably well. You pass by a couple of carts kind of going back and forth between Kane and Emberfort, some carrying materials that are very lightly loaded. It appears that not much is being shipped out. You see some carriages that are torn apart and broken alongside of the road that look to have been abandoned. You see the remains of some dwarven people that look to have been dead for maybe a few weeks or a couple of months at a time. As you get closer to the Emberfort range, the weather begins to heat up. The sun is beating down on you. Sonnet and Lascivious, you both are getting quite warm with the kind of attire that you wear, even after taking off your jacket, Sonnet. It's just, this is the warmest and hottest place that you guys have probably ever been to.
Even from the hellscape? My God.
I feel like Lascivious probably still isn't too bothered.
I mean, you might be resistant to burning, but to the heat is another story.
So.
The intensity.
It's a little uncomfortable as you kind of go through until the night kind of comes by and it becomes rather cold too. Like it's similar to a desert in that even though you'd think it'd be incredibly hot even at night, it becomes quite cold.
Uh-huh.
Guys,
Lascivious is just chilling himself with prestidigitation.
Yeah, there's like a little cool little AC going on all the time.
Just removing sweat.
Yeah.
Your first camp goes pretty well. For sake of convenience, we'll say Bonelia and Mabel keep watch for the second time of travel this day. Nothing really kind of goes along. As you continue to make your way on the second day, the more ravenous, ravenous? No,
Ravenous.
more ravine like.
Ravenous.
Ravenous,
Oh,
is
ravenous,
is that the
yeah.
word?
For a
Ravenous.
ravine?
Yes.
I think that's a different meaning.
Is it for a
Because
ravine?
ravenous is like
is
hungry.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it for a ravine?
Then what's the other?
Is it for
Ravenous?
Is it for a
Yeah.
ravine?
Yeah.
Then I would say cavernous.
Okay, sure. Cavernous.
That's probably for a cavern.
Either way, the
Shut up, Sonnet.
canyon-like environment kind of makes way out to an open area of just plain lands. No real grass or any kind of tilled proper vegetation or anything kind of grows in this area. See off in the distance, there are these huge mountain ranges that are coming into vision. They are still probably about a day's worth of travel on horseback. But given the size that you can see from this point, you can tell that these mountains are going to be absolutely massive in size. And as you guys do, what's we're gonna get everybody to do. We're gonna get 2 people can roll perception checks on this, or one person can give the other advantage. That's how we're gonna do this. So
I am okay to
Keep me away from it.
roll.
Keep me away from
I
it.
Yeah.
can roll too.
so we'll
Oh,
say
yeah.
either Mabel and Sonic can roll separately, or one can give the other advantage.
Let's roll
Important.
separately, babe.
Important.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Important.
No, dude. We're good on
Fuck
percentage.
no. What the fuck?
You gotta pull lascivious. Just roll 20.
Waste of fucking important for that.
In my point.
23 for me.
Mine is a 28.
Okay.
16 plus 12.
Absolutely. Making your way out of what appears to be more dangerous territory, whether it be wildlife or just kind of rockier terrain and damaging potential, you kind of stick away from any trouble for the most part. Also, Mabel, I should make you re-roll your portents for the dailies, but because
Oh,
it's
'cause
not
there's been
really an
multiple days.
active day,
Uh.
we're gonna keep it so it's fine because there's actually no interaction happening on these days. If it were something
Right.
happening on those days, we would change it, but you can keep them for this.
Thank you, Walker.
As the two of you with a 28 as well, though, Sonnet, you do come across a point in the road that you know you can't really avoid. You see, off in the distance, there is kind of like this almost maze-like pattern that is deeper into the ground. You can tell that like it might potentially, not dissuade, distract your path and might slow down your travel by a little bit if you take the wrong path. But if you attempt to go over, there's too big of gaps between the land masses, so you know you have to go into this cracks in the floor kind of area to travel through. You do, however, with the 28, manage to find your way about halfway through with relative ease, following paths that you would have spotted. Same thing with you, Mabel, kind of pointing out some things here and there, being like, oh, there's some cart travels that way. Some paths don't. Some paths spontaneously end, thinking it potentially could be danger going that way, so you stick to the other paths. However, going into the actual maze, I'm going to need. We're gonna do a group check at this point because everybody's gonna have to kind of make some decisions on whether or not they're going to separate from the group to attempt to find a quicker path or not, because it's a little bit like a maze. So we're going to go one by one here. Unless you all want to unanimously agree now that you all stick together.
I would like to attempt, using my general history of Ecrium, to find a better path or like the best path within this maze.
You can make a history check on it and see.
And I kind of feel like Sonnet would more so be inclined to have everybody stick together, to try to get everybody to stay together with all the recent events, and like I think sticking together is the best move, but definitely open for like input from the others
For sure.
if they think otherwise.
If you speak up, then I could. I'll just at least be like, it's like, if you mind letting me check, I can just like climb up quickly and scout out and see if I can see anything familiar.
So because with your history check,
19.
a
Flat.
19, you can make out a decent pathway, but you know there's going to be struggles going way deeper into it because this is dwarven land. You typically don't come up here all that often. Usually because materials are brought to Kane. Been here a couple of occasions, but the landmass could have also changed in the 20 years. So you can potentially get a high peak and guide everybody through, but it's not akin to you can be on top and guide them through a traditional maze, as the gaps are too far to jump
I can
between.
just only go up and then come back down and report what I see.
Pretty much. So we'll say manage to kind of get the group a little bit further into it, but not too much.
So I come. So I come back down and I just tell Son, just like, looks like the pathing's the same about halfway through, but it looks like Jotun and dwarves have been working on the mountains and the paths a lot, so a lot of change over there. So we're gonna have an easier go for the first half, but after that, I'm not gonna know too much about the rest of the pathing.
What do you guys feel about sticking together?
That's
I think
think
that's
we
smart.
should.
preferable.
Probably the best plan.
All right. Yeah. Then we press forward together. We won't move until we make a unanimous decision. But and then now I guess should we do that group roll that you wanted us to do?
Yeah, so I'll have everybody roll perception check. We are looking for 3 successes to not delay travel.
I got an at 20.
I mean,
Oh, that counts for 2
Nice.
successes, so...
would it?
Yeah.
26.
23.
I rolled a 2, but that's with 12, so that'd be 14.
And then Lascivious?
Nat 1, so he's not paying attention to anything.
There was a lot more successes than a nat 1, so honestly with that it's fine. And you were saying before?
Hmm?
You were saying something and then
Oh, I was just asking if it wouldn't make sense to be an investigation because we're looking for a specific path, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, with so many successes, that was a lot of high fucking numbers. You guys managed to make your way through it very easily. In fact, I would say with Michaelis' help, with Sonic kind of leading the way and making sure nobody gets left behind, you guys actually make your travel a little bit quicker than you expect to go through. And you expect to make it through to Emberfort before about half of the day is done, instead of making it at night, in which you would originally have arrived. Moving through the maze-like cracks in the earth, with such high perception rules as well, I will say everybody can ready 1 action before we roll initiative.
Are we aware that something bad is about to happen?
With the high perceptions, yeah, but it's not going to be a surprise round. You just have one, you can prepare 1 action.
Fuck it, I'm raging.
Okay? So Michaelis will be raging. Sonic, what would you like to prepare?
So I would have, or like every morning I've been casting Death Ward, so it's safe to assume that Mabel has Death Ward on her currently.
Yes, you cast it on her in the morning, I'd imagine, yeah.
Um. Hmm. I think I'm just going to ready an attack action if anything, like if any creature, approaches or tries to ambush, I'm gonna shoot it. But
For sure.
that's about it.
Okay, so you're just preparing an attack action. Mabel, what are you preparing?
Mage armor.
Okay. Lascivious, what are you preparing?
He goes invisible.
Okay. And Bodili, what are you preparing?
Seeing Shield of Faith on Lascivious.
Faith on Lascivious. That's the +2 AC one?
Yeah.
Cool. Alrighty.
Okay.
So then we're gonna roll some initiative, everybody. So we will start. We'll let everybody get to roll their dice first. So
For initiative.
yes. That.
Does the Shield of Faith reveal Lascivious?
No.
Okay,
No,
cool.
it does not. That is so funny.
But the horse he's riding might.
Yeah. Well, he goes
The
invisible,
horse.
so.
I'm also going to say
Yeah.
that the horses are off in the distance as you fight, because I don't want to put down horses.
You're just like looking
Okay.
off, like,
Yeah.
well, I hope they win, because otherwise we're.
Did you say I have to?
What? Who?
Did I? I said because I don't want to put horses down, and then I thought I heard somebody go, "But you have to."
Oh, I don't think so.
No?
Okay.
You know what?
I
We
was
are
like,
traveling
who's
with the
telling me
horses.
What to do?
But I'm assuming we
are
know
traveling
that
with them.
there's something coming
They're
up,
not
so-
fighting.
There are My Little Ponies.
Oh, these aren't just regular horses.
Oh
Lascivious.
no.
Tastes like bologna. They're gonna eat them all.
Lascivious
if
thunder
they
waves the
die,
horses at
I
the
guess.
enemies. Cannon.
Lascivious,
Horse cannon.
Your initiative. Your initiative.
Let's do the middle dice. Oh, not bad.
Lascivious.
Oh, 20. I didn't know that you were. I didn't know.
Lyric gets a 12. Bonelia,
19.
19. Michaelis,
I rolled a 21.
21. Sonnet,
6.
6. Let's go. Mabel,
19 as well,
19.
with Bonelia.
So,
Oh,
which out of the two of you has higher dexterity?
I have +4.
I do not. Go ahead.
Cool.
Cool.
Mabel, what is your dexterity?
It's like a
Plus what?
+3.
+3? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. We had a lot more ties in that than I expected.
Same. I thought it was like +2.
Alrighty, so I'll also say because you guys rolled such high perceptions, you actually notice where the creatures are.
Ruby.
You guys were
Whoa.
gonna get a surprise round on you if you didn't perceive it. So fuck you guys for getting such high ones.
But we don't have the high ground, do we?
No, you
We all
guys
got
are
No.
really in.
spidey sense.
I'm going to put you guys in. And then I also need Lyric. Feel free to place yourselves where you feel you would be.
Out in
Okay.
front, baby.
Lyric joins up. I'm going to separate the two of you. So
Yeah, I was like,
Okay.
Mabel, get off of me. Gosh.
I was just about to move her.
I mean,
Gosh.
right.
Oh, my little
So you
pookie.
guys see, I guess it might inform your decisions more. As you guys ride in, you see 5
Oh,
Dust
goodness.
method?
Dust
Methods.
methods, dude.
Oh.
Come on.
Easy.
up on the top range.
Freaking bits of dust, dude.
And then you also see
No.
crumbling out of the earth a golem.
I'm gonna fight that.
I'm gonna hit that thing.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'ma hit
that
that.
really hard.
Alrighty. With the information of where these enemies are, did anybody want to potentially move themselves a little differently?
Pacific's got a nat
You
one.
can't be that close, I'm afraid.
Okay, fine.
They just happened to be there. Crazy.
It's just like the Looney Tunes, just like, brrrring. Just like springboard.
Nobody else is
howdy.
gonna. If nobody else is going to move, then first up is some dust methods.
Oh wait, do I get my prepared action of shooting him?
Yes, everybody can have their prepared action go off. So Bonili casts Shield of Faith. Lucius goes invisible.
I rage.
He rages. Thank you for reminding me about that, Joe.
Oh, good.
Sonnet, you can pick a target. If you do decide to target any of the methods, they are at high ground and are hard to hit, so unfortunately you'll be at disadvantage.
Hmm. They're not just like partially covered.
No, they're just way up. It's a hard shot to line up.
Okay. With the like
You will.
surprise round, it's advantage, so it evens out, kind of thing.
It's not a surprise round. You just got to see
Oh.
them prepare an action.
Okay,
With your
cool.
crossbow expert feat, though, yours is just a straight roll, I believe.
I don't think so. Like mine would be if they were like I think it is still
Within-
disadvantage.
Is it only
Um,
within melee range?
Like yeah, exactly.
Gotcha,
It's just
gotcha.
that doesn't make me.
So yes, so if you target one of the methods, it'll be at disadvantage, but the golem is free range.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot at the method anyways. Method number 3.
Sounds good.
Oh, okay. Not bad. It's gonna be 21 to hit.
21 does hit, yes.
Nice. I'm going to use a blade flourish, which I'm going to use my mobile flourish.
That'll push
sorry,
them,
not-
right?
Sorry,
Or
not
give
my
you-
mobile. The evasion one. Yeah, the
Gotcha.
AC increasing one.
Gotcha. Your defensive flourish.
Yeah. So damage is okay. 6. That is 18 damage piercing
Awesome.
And I have a +8 to my AC.
Awesome. Yeah, it just goes through and it tears out like a giant chunk out of this dust method. Like a giant portion of its wing is now damaged as you fire for bolt. Bibble gets her mage armor. Michaelis rages. Zeus goes invisible, and Bonelia casts Shield of Faith. And then we come to initiative order. Dust method number 1 gets to go first, and will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 feet. 25, 30 will go down there. And we'll get...
Rude.
It's going to use its... where is it? The Blinding Breath.
Could I sentinel it?
This
is it
isn't
flying?
a. This is a. This is not an attack. This is a AOE. So unfortunately, no.
I
Okay.
think
So
they,
I need.
I think it's
What,
if
Mike?
they go within your range, no matter what. I'm gonna check.
Yeah, unless it's flying. If flying,
What a
Because this isn't
creature-
an. Because this isn't an attack roll. So.
Oh, okay,
Mhm.
okay, yeah, then never mind.
So I need, in that case, regardless, I will need
Yeah.
Bonelia, Mabel, and Sonnet to make dexterity saving throws, please.
Gotcha. Dex save. That's a decent one. Ooh. Oh, I
That
think I
should
broke my curse.
Definitely be higher. What the fuck?
Nice.
Sonnet?
Dex save. That would be a 27.
Sounds good. Mabel?
11.
11. Okay. Bonelia?
Whoa.
6.
Charlie.
Okay. Bonelia and
Get
Mabel
active,
are
bro.
blinded.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not great.
No,
I don't
it's not.
even have
goddamn.
eyes. What the fuck?
True,
Pocket
but
sand.
your holes are covered in dirt. It's just.
It's just a
Just trying
whole
to
mound
scoop
of
out
dirt.
dust.
Yeah.
It's like a sandcastle
Alrighty.
mold this in your eye sockets.
So you guys are currently blinded. It
Terrible.
will then
Oof.
make a claw attack at Bonelia, getting advantage because she's blinded.
True.
Blinded by light.
Honestly, Bonelia, you kind of got.
For what reason? For what
You kind
purpose?
of got fucking danced on there.
A little bit.
So it's going to be an
That dude's-
unnatural 20.
Hey, he's doing the gwitty. He's doing the gwitty on your grave right now.
That's so fucking rude.
That will be 4, 6.
But that's meant
uh,
it's
6.
practically.
So
Mhm.
that is going to be 10 points of slashing damage. And then that is method number 1's turn. Method number 5 is going to dash. Go fly. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, and we'll stay there. Next up is Michaelis.
I'm gonna roll for my attacks.
You doing all 3?
All 3, baby.
Sounds good.
All right.
It's really funny. The clay golem rolled a 1, but it was a -1, so he technically rolled a 0.
Damn.
Damn.
So he's just not gonna move this fight, hey? Oh yeah.
First roll is 23.
23 hits.
Second roll is a 12.
Does not hit.
Next roll is an 18.
Also hits.
Okay, good gauges. So I'll just roll damage twice. First set will be 33 damage.
33, okay.
And then next set,
And this is what kind again? This is
slashing.
perfect.
And then the second round of damage is 29.
Okay.
And that's it.
Awesome. You get some good chunks into this into the golem. Some like shards of rubble kind of tear off from it, but it's holding real sturdy. For some reason, it looks like the blade isn't doing as much damage as it probably should.
Is it
For
because he's
some
made of
reason.
rock, baby?
It ain't flesh.
Lascivious, you're up.
How
being in
tall are
dirt.
these
Walls.
like walls?
Yeah.
So they are 15 feet high.
Okay. I think Is there anything that I could do to climb my way up or like jump my way up there? Acrobatics? or anything?
They're easily climbable. You can climb them. It's just they're too far to make like a jump from one to one. Hence why you're down in the lower layers. So yeah, you can spend 15 feet of movement climbing up there.
Okay, so I'll get the guy that's behind me. 5, 10, 15, 10, 15, 20, 25.
And you're invisible right now.
I'm
right?
invisible right now, so
Oh yeah.
will I have advantage to
His
attack
passive
him?
perception's so low.
Will I have advantage?
Yes, you will.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna make some attacks on this mofo.
Absolutely.
Actually,
That
no,
is-
that's concentration. So I'm gonna do. It's a good thing I had advantage. So for the first attack, it's gonna be a 30. So 30.
yeah, that hits.
Green flame blade, the works. I'm sure I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna see what happens.
So I will say, if you want to end your concentration, because you do go out of invisibility when you attack.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just
it
thought I'd,
ends
start
regardless. I needed the invisibility
yeah.
up
It's
to
a
get
floating
the advantage.
knife.
to get the advantage. That's
Yeah.
right. All right, awesome.
So I'll
Yeah.
roll sneak attack damage first. I'm using the shadow daggers for this one. So
For sure.
with green flame blade, but sneak attack first.
BRB.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 17 piercing damage plus 1 necrotic. Necrotic is in there, just so you know.
Awesome. +1.
3 additional necrotic damage, plus an additional 4 piercing damage, plus an additional
Awesome.
6 piercing damage. And then the...
Awesome. I don't even need you to roll the rest of the dice.
Okay.
Because your blade goes and wraps around the dust method as it just shatters it. Now, you are not within 5 feet of it, so you don't even get hit by the
Dust.
by the
Beautiful.
dust. The dust method explodes, and you see a cloud of dust kind of explode from it and surround everywhere within 5 feet of it. You can actually gleam now that when these things die, if you're within 5
Yeah.
feet of it, they might potentially blind you.
I relay that to everybody begrudgingly. Nah, I relay that to everyone.
They're
They'll
dusty.
explode. They'll explode. And then I'm going to bonus action Misty Step over to here.
Sounds good.
And then I'm going to action surge and make another attack on Dust Method number 2.
Sounds good. This one is not at advantage.
And I'm going to do the pit whip for this one.
Sounds good.
So, green flame blade. Roll the attack. Don't have advantage. It's a 12 plus, so 23.
Yes.
Okay, and then he's gonna. He needs a con saving throw of 14, I believe.
Of 14.
Yeah.
Con is a +0. Rolled a 12, so he fails.
Okay, so he's gonna take 3d6 additional fire damage. So he takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 plus 6 equals 19 damage.
Awesome.
Is there anything else that I can do? I bonus action, I action surged. Oh, and I green flame blade. I forgot to add the additional fire damage. So another 2. So plus 7 plus 5. So plus another 12 fire damage on top of that.
Awesome, yeah. That dust method looks incredibly singed. You see parts of the dust is now crystallized into some glass, almost like sand.
Okay. And I guess that's my turn.
Alrighty. Next up is Bonelia.
Yeah. Fuck
back.
method number 1. It's getting light cast on it.
Okay, alright.
Here we
That's
go.
a roll to hit, right? Not
That's a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution
Level
saving
6.
throw. Alrighty. So it gets +0. What's your spell save DC?
18.
18? Great. It needs to roll really high. That's an 11. It also fails.
Yeah, so it takes 8d8 necrotic damage.
Okay. It's too much
Uh,
dice.
31 damage.
31. That was on method number 1.
Yeah.
You cast Blade as you see parts of the dust begin to crystallize and harden as it begins to, like, hardly keep its shape together. It's still alive, but barely.
I don't think I have a bonus action.
Punch it. Okay,
Can I bonus action punch it?
bop it.
I mean, with an unarmed strike, you're gonna deal
Pull it.
1 damage.
Yeah.
1 damage plus your strength modifier, so... I mean...
Is there any save she can make for the blinded condition? Does that happen before her turn starts or after? Does she make like a save?
For blinded... The condition lasts either until it is countered... so she will have to take the action to get it out of her eyes or free herself from it, or
Gotcha.
until a spell ends the condition.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll end my turn there.
Alrighty, Mabel.
The spell and the condition, you say.
Yeah, if you have like restoration or aid or something like that that ends conditions.
Haha, I do not. You know what? Because that method is at very low health and very close to Bonelia, I will not aim for that. Instead,
You can't see that.
well, no. I just inherently I have a feeling.
Woman.
I would like to attempt
Yes. Yes,
To-
Danica, yes.
which one is that? Attempt that dust method number 5.
And what are you attempting to do? Sorry.
I'm gonna do Eldritch Blast.
So Eldritch
My ability.
Blast, eh?
Yeah.
You have to give me 1 sec here.
You are blinded, so
It's gonna be disadvantage anyway.
Okay, yeah.
Disadvantage.
So each of those beams is going to be a disadvantage.
Cool. Well, roll to hit first, right?
Yes, of course. And each one is at disadvantage.
Bless. Okay. The first one does not hit.
Okay. Well, I mean, actually, they got decently low AC. How much?
It was gonna be a 13.
13 hits.
Ooh. I should never just assume. Okay.
True.
So that one will hit.
How
I'll
that
keep
works.
rolling.
Yep.
That one's a 21, if you can
Yep.
believe it.
Oh,
And
crazy.
then we have
For 13 hits.
15 as our third one. So
Absolutely. So all
I
three,
think
Nice.
this is pretty good. All
all
right.
3 will hit.
Bang, bang, bang.
Mabel's just got her eyes covered.
3 fingers.
14 only.
14 damage. Is that in total with all
For-
3
yeah.
of them?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Don't you have to roll per beam?
I did.
You did.
Oh, damn. Same
And that is- you
damage
said
for
15
all
total?
of
Oh,
them?
wait. Oh,
It's like
3
you have to-
beams.
you have- like each beam rolls to hit, so you roll separate damage per beam.
We just
yeah.
Yeah, she's just telling
Again.
me
Did
the
that.
total. She's telling me the total instead of telling me 5, 4, and 1
Yeah.
or
Of-
something like that.
Of what? It's not added
We
together,
just
it's
rolled,
per
we just-
individual.
Yeah, I know.
Yes,
I added
she's
them
She's
not-
up.
attacking one creature, so she
Oh.
just put it, lumped
Yeah.
it
I
all
thought you
together.
were
Yeah,
doing 3 individual creatures. Never mind.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so you said 15 was the grand total, right?
I think I forget now.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna go
heard
with 15.
15.
Okay,
Okay.
cool.
So all 3 kind of blast at it. It's still pretty sturdy, but you did a good chunk to it. Did a good chunk.
Blindness doesn't
Um,
stop me.
No, siree. Bonus actions or movement. As you got crusty eyes, where do you want to move?
Ugh, don't say that. No.
Yeah, your
You're
eyes
not
are
crusty.
crusty.
No.
Honestly,
Crusty AF.
Sonic's looking at you. It's kind of
No.
like
No, he's
ew.
not. You're
Ew,
lying.
is
That
that
is not
looking
true.
kind of different though?
Those are kind of
This-
like yeah.
Bro.
Mabel looking
Does
mid.
being, does
Shut
being
the fuck up,
blinded break
Michaela.
concentration?
Sonet's like, does that do it for me? No.
Yeah. No.
Where's
Anyway, you're
Zetsu?
all rude. Continuing. No, I do not have any. I'll stay.
Alrighty, next up
That's it.
is dust method number 2.
Looking for a second kiss.
Number
Shut the
2 is going to attempt and summon a method.
A method's gonna summon a method? My
Yes,
God.
they have a 25% chance of summoning 1d4 methods every day.
Huh.
I prefer
Oh,
Muffets
cool.
myself.
Just inviting his
means-
friends to the party.
I
Yeah.
need a d4, and if it lands on a 4, I get to roll a
Creating
d4 and summon
friends.
that many methods.
Mhm.
Which I get to create some methods.
Fucking Walker's so psyched.
I've never, the only other time I've used methods, they never got to use that ability. We
Hmm.
get. Ooh.
Was that in the Hellscape that there were
Is
the
that
other methods?
D4?
Fire methods,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
a
I think so.
D4
Yeah.
to spawn some more methods. Give me 1 sec here, because I have never done this before. I have to add more creatures to the encounter.
Do I sound pretty clear
He's
from
so
here?
happy.
You're
Yeah.
a little quiet, but other than that,
Okay, good.
1, 2, 3. 3 methods appear.
No.
Monsters. As
I guess
One will
Lascivious is gonna
appear
die
there.
here.
one will appear there.
Yep, it's
and one
it
will
for
appear
Lascivious.
there.
Just gonna die to dust methods.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Just gonna have
That was
crusty eyes.
crusty.
Yeah, his
Wait.
crusty eyes will never open again.
So they,
I hope those are
I
Mabel's
just
last
had
words
that
to
roll
him.
their initiative, so there will be some new initiatives in there. So that's fine. We have 5, so that is going to be 6. That is going to be
1.
7,
1.
7, and that is going to be 8. Alrighty, that is the end of Dust Method 2's turn. That takes up its entire turn. Next up is Lyric. Lyric is going to go 5, 10, and is going to make some attacks at Dust Method number 1. The first one is going to hit just barely. Ooh. Which with Lyric, dealing 4, so that is going to be 9 damage to method number 1, just enough to kill it. The dust method number 1 gets, you see Lyric kind of like go with Bonilia's damage, just continues impaling down into it until it's just a pile of like this dust. And eventually bubbles up and does explode. Does no damage.
Lascivious
Bonilia's already
warned him.
blinded, so she can't be affected by it again because she's already blinded. Lyric needs to make a dexterity saving throw though, or no, a Constitution saving throw for this one,
Never listening to
which
Lascivious.
will be a 19 on the die. So he succeeds. He's not blinded. He will then go. He moved 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and will make an attack at number 8. Will be also a little over just a hit. And we'll deal 8 damage to number 8.
Huh.
And then Lyric is going to, seeing Lascivious action surge, he's going to action surge himself.
Oh.
He'll do 2 more. That one will hit. Oh, and then he got a nat 20.
Nice.
So
Damn.
that'll be another 9 to dust method number 8. And then that'll be 7 damage. And then another 9. So 14 damage. As you see Lark just begin tearing into these other methods. And that is the end of his turn. Next up is going to be dust method number 7. Who will fly up 15 feet to meet with the rest of the
Wait.
methods.
Did they get their initial, like...
Yes, I put in their initiative just right now. So there's now new entries into initiative order.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay.
So 15 feet up there, and we'll go over here, and we'll attempt to blind Lascivious. So I'll need Lascivious to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
19.
19 saves. You are not blinded.
Dope.
It will still make a claw attack.
Shield.
However. Your shield, okay, which is +5 to your AC.
Yeah, so my AC is now
Tell me, does
23.
21?
No, it's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
22, so he just misses you.
Cool.
And then that is the end of that turn. Dust Method number 4 will go now, who will dash and go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and will get in position, although he's used his action. Dust Method number 8 will then move and make a attempt to blind some more people. 15 feet, so I'll need Lyric and Sonnet, and then also Dust Method number 4 to make dexterity saving throws.
Yeah.
Dust Method got a nat 20, so that's fucking hilarious.
Nice.
He'll get double blinded,
Absorb
dude.
the dust.
Lyric rolled a 19, so he will also be saving.
Nice.
Mine is. This is dexterity, right?
Yes.
25.
25, you save. The Dust Method will then also be making an attack at Lyric, which will be a 10, which does not hit Lyric, even with the additionatives. Sonnet, you're up.
Cool. Just to be clear, Dust Method 1 died from Lyric?
Yes, I just had to throw the thing on it.
Okay.
Dead.
Ed. I'm just gonna say, maybe I'll be right back, and then I'm gonna Steel Wind Strike. I'm gonna go for number 4, number 8, number 6, number 2, and number 7.
For sure, so you have to make rolls on each of them, right?
Yeah, and then the rolls on the ones above will be at disadvantage.
Well, are these ranged? These are ranged, yeah? Ranged spell attack rolls?
They're technically here. I'll read out this.
Yeah. Because it's just ranged attack rolls that have on them right now.
Okay. This is a make a melee spell attack. It's technically a melee spell.
Since you teleport up to it, you actually don't have disadvantage on the attack rolls.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. This is for number 4.
Okay. I'll tell you right now, just for ease of your rolls, if you go above a 12, you hit.
Okay, sweet. Yeah. So Dust Method number 4, I rolled a 7, but it gets plus like 12 or something. Let me check my make this easier.
It was like 12 or something.
Plus 11, so it'd be an 18 to hit.
So it's like 4,000.
Hit number 4. Number 8, I rolled a 19 on the die, so that'll hit. Number 6, I rolled a that would be a 17, so that'll hit. Number 2, that's an 18 on the die, so that'll hit. Number 7, that is a 17 on the die, so that will also hit.
All of them hit.
All right, time to roll. 6d10.
That's still mad that is per creature. My God.
Yeah, isn't that kind of nuts? Okay, so the first 4.
So we're gonna start with go with them in the
order that I was.
Yeah, so start with number 4.
Oh, I thought I started with number 6.
Oh,
Wait,
I 4 first.
let me see them. Oh, we can go 4 first. That's fine.
Okay.
So 6, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have to roll the extra 2. 14, 15, 16. 16 force damage for number 4.
Okay, amazing.
And then number 8. That'd be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 damage for number 8.
Amazing. 8 dies.
Nice. Sorry, Larry. And then this is for number... Oh, sorry. Yeah, 6 is the one at the top there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. 21 for number 6.
21.
And then number 2.
Needs to be breathed
1, 2,
on.
3,
so
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 for number 2.
Okay, number 2 dies.
And then number 7. Oh, 5, 10, 16, 17.
I like how the
18,
golem
19,
is just
20,
like
21,
standing
22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 for number 7.
Me and a golem
Number
just like
7. Amazing. Yeah,
staring at
you
each other.
teleport around, getting these quick stabs into 2 of them, killing them right away. The others are still a little sturdy. They're definitely hurting, but they're sturdy. Where do you end up with your final positioning?
Right beside Lascivious.
Okay, so
Interesting.
I will need Sonnet and then number 6 and number 7 to make Constitution saving throws to avoid being
Yeah.
blinded. Number 6 fails big time and is blinded.
I don't have to make a
7.
saving throw, do I?
Nope.
No, because you are
Oh,
not
okay.
within 5 feet of a dead creature. And
That was a
is-
con.
Oh, I
Okay,
put
plus.
blinded and then another blinded on number 7.
And I get a +1. I rolled a 16, so that's 17 on the con.
Oh yeah, you save.
Nice.
Did I somehow? I fucking removed Sonnet from the encounter somehow.
He's
Nice.
dead.
Do
I
you
get it.
remember?
I'll
do
see
you remember
myself
what
out.
your?
It was a
Do you remember
6
It was a 6
for my
okay.
initiative.
Thank you.
Go to
Yeah,
the
no worries.
initiative roll.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty. Any other movement you want to take? Because you still have regular movement. 15-foot drop if you hop down.
Yikes. It's pretty narrow up here. I kind of want the high ground. I don't think I'll take any movement. I just want to see my bonus actions real quick,
Sure.
which I don't have anything that will help anyone. They're gonna make like a what's it called? Like another saving throw when they try to use the action, or is it just an action they take and they get rid of the dirt?
It's just they take their action to get rid of it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't think I need to use my bonus action for anything here. That's my turn.
Cool. Alrighty. The Earth Golem is going to make some attacks at Michaelis. So it is going to make 2 slam attacks. Tell me, Ian.
Yep.
Does a 24 hit,
Yes.
and then does a 26 hit. Alrighty, so that is going to be
Oh my god.
something wrong.
I just yeah, I did something stupid. I just realized that whole time I didn't roll 6d10. I rolled 66. I wasn't even paying attention.
Oh, dang.
So it should have been a lot more, but that's fine.
Yeah.
It'll just be weak rolls, we'll say.
Let's
Oh,
see.
goddamn.
Sonic was limp wristing it. Jesus.
So the first attack at Michaelis is going to be, I'm bad at math, 14 bludgeoning damage, which I believe you have because this isn't magical.
But I am raging, so
That's why I'm
Yeah,
saying
he's
you. I
saying.
believe you have it because you're magical. So because it's not magical, so you should be taking 7,
okay.
I
So
believe.
7 damage. Okay.
and then I'll need you to make a Constitution saving throw as well.
Okay. That should be easy peasy. That's 16.
16 passes, okay. And then the second attack's damage is going to be 14 plus 5 is 19, so you'll be taking 10 damage total. And that is that. And then it's going to use its bonus action to make a slam attack because it gets it because it's a ability,
Bruh.
which is going to be another 18 on the die. It rolled not a 14, a 16 and 18, then an 18 again.
yeah, crashed them.
I think I saved that. I have a 19 armor class. Oh wait.
These are like just natural on the dice.
Yeah,
Right.
it's got more to add to it.
I will also need 2 more Constitution saving throws from you because each one.
Fuck 'em
requires a
up.
Constitution
My
saving throw.
brother in Christ.
Fuck them
At
up.
least I have a +10 in Constitution saving throws. 29 for the first one. My other one is a 27.
Okay, they
Thank
both
God.
pass. You'll also be taking an additional 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Total.
Yes. And then that is the end of the Golem's turn. Back up to the top with Dust Method number 5.
Wumbo number 5.
'cause number 1 died. It's gonna dash and go 5, 10,
No, it won't.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40,
Hey, it means it's not gonna do anything, okay?
45. We'll place him there, and
Sure.
that'll be the end of its turn. Michaelis, you're up.
Oh, you just
All
had
right.
to make him 5 feet away, more than 5 feet away.
Yeah. You know what it is? 3 hits.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm gonna why did that do that? Give me a sec.
Is it 3 hits?
It's 3.
Hit
Yeah, I'm
with the bonus
raging.
action. Hit with the bonus action.
Oh, interesting.
First roll is a 22.
Okay, yep, that hits.
Next roll is a 17.
17 hits.
Next roll is another 22.
22 hits.
All right, let's get the damage in.
And tell me them one by one, please.
Yeah. First damage is 20 total.
20, okay.
Second bout of damage is 24.
4, okay.
Final
Watch this guy be
total-
immune.
Oh baby, I rolled.
Oh god.
Anyway,
I rolled max damage for
Hey, hell yeah.
Oh, hell
near
yeah.
max damage. I got 41.
41. Goddamn. Okay.
I made up,
Awesome. Sounds good.
and that's about it.
Is the golem looking chipper of sorts, maybe? Perhaps
He's chipped.
feeling rejuvenated, even?
He's full of chips,
Um,
Lace
wow, okay.
chips.
as you get these
Not
giant
sponsored.
chunks like breaking parts of rock and boulder off of the earth golem, the final hit, you get like a chunk out of its jaw and break it. And as you break that jaw, you see its eyes glow red as it enters a berserk state.
Oh, dear.
Bruh.
You done it now.
So we're gonna
He's
roll it.
rock you, Michaelis. He's rock you.
You see
I'm gonna rock
the-
him.
So there are 6. Here's how it's gonna go. There are 6 players that are not deemed as its allies. When it goes berserk, it chooses one of those creatures at random, and instantly takes its movement up to that creature and makes a slam attack.
Okay.
Oh,
So what we're
shit.
gonna do?
We didn't do
I'm
nothing
gonna-
to it.
I'm gonna roll a D. I'm gonna roll a D6 publicly.
Oh,
I hope it's
that's
lascivious.
Publicly.
great.
How kind of you.
So-
Can we choose our numbers?
There's 16. I'm not
24.
gonna have you.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. That's fine.
Alright.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Fine, whatever.
It's one.
As long as it's not me, because I got a plan.
I'm going in order from my camera view. So Danica's
Okay.
1, Michael's 2,
Uh-huh.
Nat's
Mhm.
3, Ian's
Yep.
4, Joe's 5, Lyric is 6.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
I wanted to try.
Just as like a tester.
Test
No,
it.
this is it. This is the one.
No, go through.
Well, no, he just,
like, I
he
wanna
just
make
needs
sure
to
that
test
people
if the
can see
dice
the
will
roll.
show for us.
Yeah.
I don't see
I
it.
think we have to click on it to see
Give
the
me
box.
1 sec here while I do it.
Oh, oops, I accidentally went home. I don't want to go to the home screen. I want to go back.
Do people
Oh,
see this?
there it is.
Oh, yeah,
Yep, I saw
5.
that.
Yeah.
No, no.
Well, that's a D20, so
Oh,
Yeah.
that's just a 10. Okay.
Ooh,
All
okay.
right, so
Test.
rolling the D6.
3.
Oh.
Three.
It's going after me.
Mabel!
Shit.
Hell
Okay.
yeah, brother.
I'm doing
Hell
my.
yeah.
I'm
Excuse
doing.
you.
I'm doing my
For the
sentinel,
plot,
and
for
I'm
the plot.
stopping in its tracks.
Yes, it is going to attempt
Yep.
to go for it.
Sentinel.
Direct line of sight.
Yeah. So it'll go 5, 10, and then Michaelis.
Sentinel.
take your,
Okay,
take
I'm
your
sentinel.
hit.
I'm sentineling. 24. Yes.
24 hits. You stop the golem right in its tracks. You just cleave a chunk out of its like kneecap.
Calf.
and cause it to
I'm gonna do it
crumble.
calf. This calf style. This.
Hell yeah.
It just like crumbles and then turns to you, and you are the creature in vicinity, so it's gonna
Hell
make the slam
yeah.
attack against you instead.
Wait, do I
Cool.
not do damage?
You still do
You do.
damage, yes.
Okay.
It's just I'm
Go for
telling
it.
you now that you're going to be attacked as well.
Yeah, but I'll just give you my damage before it kills me.
Yes.
I'm gonna kill you.
29 total.
29. Alrighty. So that will also be. It was a 19 on the die.
So
it
10?
will hit. What?
So 10 damage since.
I'm talking
half.
about it's rolling to hit you.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got my class is 19, so it hits.
So that'll be wow, that's really low.
That'd only be 47.
So that is 13 minus half, so 7 damage to you, bludgeoning. And then I need a Constitution saving throw from you again.
That'll be a 24.
24 saves. Okay, perfect. Any movement you would like to take, Michaelis?
Just in front of it again.
For sure. Alrighty, after that is dust method number 6,
I ain't done with you, bitch.
which hounds number 6. It will fly over here and it will make an attack at Sonnet with disadvantage.
Get fucked.
That's a 14. on
Use
the
your own dust
first
against you.
Die, which in total, right now we're looking at an 18.
Oh yeah, it hits.
Second one is.
But I'm still calling it a bitch when it's trying to
Is a
hit me.
10. Well, it's rolling at disadvantage because it's blinded.
Oh right.
So
Yeah.
10 does not hit.
No.
Lascivious, you are up.
Well, I mean, I get sneak attack. I don't get advantage, but I'm just gonna make an attack on number. What's
7?
his name? Above 7.
For sure. You actually do get advantage on it because he's blinded.
Oh, I do. Okay, let's see if I get a nat 20. I don't. That's gonna be a 22 to hit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't
Green
worry,
flame
I'm prepping to
blade.
roll.
Oh yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Plus 6 equals 25 plus...
Gets to swap that blinded for a dead.
Okay.
So I will need you and Sonnet to make Constitution saving throws.
Okay. But I thought it was dexterity.
It is for when
not
they
for these
do
ones.
their blinding spray, but when their combustion happens, it's Constitution.
Oh, okay.
Don't ask me why they're different, because I have no idea.
Well,
I'm just following the stat block.
I definitely don't make it.
19 on mine.
I got
19,
an 8.
Okay. You got an 8?
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Lascivious,
the-
unfortunately is blinded.
The other Mephit is going to take 2d8 fire damage.
Number 6?
The one right beside,
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the yes.
Why?
Because
Green
Green
Flame
Flame
Blade
Blade
moves
allows me
over.
to... Yeah,
Gotcha.
within 5 feet. So that's going to take an additional 12 fire damage.
12, and that's number 6. Perfect. Still not dead, but boy, is it close. Pretty damn close.
And then I guess I'll just move on top of this body and make another attack at disadvantage this time.
For sure.
That's gonna be. Oh, it beats it. 14.
Yeah, that hits.
And it's going to be the pit whip, so dexterity saving throw to
Dexterity.
or sorry,
Rolled an
constitution.
18 on the die.
18 on the die. So he doesn't take three additional fire damage, but he does take 1 piercing damage.
Wow.
Yeah, 1 piercing damage.
Ouch.
That's might be the lowest damage I think I've ever heard.
That is the lowest amount of
Besides
damage I have ever
0.
rolled. Yep.
Besides tickling.
So he just flicks it and it grazes him because he's blinded.
For sure.
And that's gonna be my
That's
turn.
it. All right, Bonelia, you're up.
Firestorm.
For fuck's sake. Okay. All right, let me get the cube. Where do you want
You
the start
got my
to be?
Okay,
attention.
Which one is
one here.
Firestorm again. Oh god.
Okay.
One here.
Okay.
One here.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
let me just quickly move that one over.
one here.
Okay.
One here.
Okay.
One here.
I was
Beautiful.
wondering.
I had a feeling it was going over there.
Yeah.
You surround Michaelis entirely.
And then I believe you get 7 squares, right?
I get 10.
Oh, 10. Okay. So you still got another
Domain
4.
expansion.
Yeah. I don't want to kill anyone.
You know what you could do? You could go up here because Michaelis is within it, and then move it over down here. If you can make
You just
it.
want to hit Michaelis with
I'll
it?
be the, I'll be
No,
the
Michaelis
center
won't
of
get
the
hit.
donut.
Oh,
I'll be
I
the
thought you
center
were
of the
just saying-
donut.
No. Yeah, you go up and around and then down to this method if you can manage that.
I don't know if I have enough.
1,
If it's
2,
if it's
3,
4, you have
4,
just enough.
4, 5.
I only have 4.
Yeah.
Mabel could tank it.
True.
Just go through Mabel. Mabel could tank it, right?
And yourself and us.
2.
Yeah.
And
Honestly,
us.
just roast
Honestly,
it.
Can I put one
Lascivious could
here?
absolutely take it. Yeah.
Yep.
1, 2, 3,
Nice.
Okay.
4.
Alrighty. So they
Okay.
make dexterity saves?
Yeah.
Okay, so I need ones for method number 5 and 5. Was that 4? 5, 4, and 6. 5 gets a 16.
It's not pass.
4 gets a 6.
Nope.
And 6 gets a 13. So none of them pass. And then the clay
None of them are
golem
safe.
I could have sworn 6 was
clay
going to cut it, but I guess
golem-
not.
gets advantage on dexterity saving
surprisingly not.
throws.
Oh, damn.
Does get advantage on dexterity saving throws because it is hasted.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, through its like berserker thing.
That's a
Cool.
nat 20. I don't even need to roll the second
Mm.
dice.
So it'll only take half as much damage.
Yes, it will.
Okay. And
That's be double.
fucking,
'cause
I'm
it's
gonna
yours.
cast this at level 5. No, wait.
5?
Wait,
No,
I think
sorry, I
it's
can only
pretty
cast it at
level
fucking level
12.
7. Sorry, I was thinking
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
Oops.
So you're gonna do it at. So you're doing it at level
I'm
6.
like,
to
you're
get
gonna make
at
it
level
weaker?
7?
I'm doing it at level 7 and I can't go any higher.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Yeah.
I will say, just for future reference, decide your spell level beforehand. That way we don't know.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it potentially misconstrues things. But it's all good for this one. So level 7. The only one who takes half is the Earth Golem.
I guess you kind of have to say, like, oh, I'm using this spell slot to cast a spell so you
Yeah.
can counter spell and whatever. That's
Mhm.
fair.
Yeah.
Alright.
Just in case, stuff like that. Yeah.
It's 24 fire damage.
24, so half to 12 for the Golem. And 24, you say?
Mhm.
Dust method number 6 is gone. Dust method number 4. You just killed Dust method at 24 hit points.
Oh no.
And Dust method number 5 lives by 1.
Motherfucker.
Lives by a singular hit point.
How
We
is
need
the...
a
Oh, okay,
healer.
that guy's dead. All right, cool. I'll be right back. I'm
Yeah.
just going to get something.
So I'll need Sonnet to make a Constitution saving throw. See if he goes blinded.
Oh, jeez.
Mabel, I don't need you to do one. Neither do I need to make Bonili do one because you guys are already blinded. Cleric will need to do one though.
It unblinds us, I think.
Think
Maybe,
so.
perhaps.
I'm pretty sure
Uh,
that's what it does.
Lyric passes with a 13.
Ooh,
Just
ooh.
passing.
I rolled a 6.
A 6.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Sonnet is now blinded.
We're all blinded, yay.
Everybody except for
Blinded.
everybody
got
except
gross,
for
crusty
Michaelis Michaelis and Lyric. They're the only people who aren't blinded.
Fuck.
I'm just spitting out dust.
Alrighty. Bonus actions or movement, Bonelia.
No. No thanks.
Alright.
I'll pass.
Mabel, you're up. You just keep getting hit with these sprays of dust everywhere.
She
Your
just doesn't
outfit
know
is-
what's
Your
going
Your
on.
outfit is
Pocket
so
sand.
dirty.
Becoming more and less attractive to Sonnet.
It's a good thing he's blinded right now.
Yeah, true.
He would not want to see
Is
this.
this the equivalent of the paper bag over the face of a woman?
Yeah.
Paperback Princess, let's go. Alright. I'm gonna take a small little step toward my bestie over here. And
You're
then
gonna get an attack of opportunity against you.
oh right.
Method there.
Method
It's
number
a
1 is
wee
still
little
alive,
That's
method
fine.
there.
hanging on by a
It's
singular
with
hit point.
advantage, because,
Yep.
because you're
It's
blinded.
okay. It's all
First
good.
one, the first one is a 6.
Uh-huh.
Second one's an at 20.
But it's a what, silvery?
Unfortunately, you're
I'm
blinded.
blinded. Yeah, damn it.
Babe, I sense a disturbance.
Sorry, Mabel, you're ew as fuck right now. Deal with it.
Babe, I don't want to look anywhere over there right now, okay?
Sonic got the
Wow.
ick.
Damn.
Ow.
Mabel, they're not dealing a whole lot of damage, but Mabel got really lucky because it was the lowest roll possible on both dice.
Nice.
Oh, is it?
So Mabel will be taking, in total, I'm bad at math. 4 slashing.
Nastiest crit in the entire campaign.
True, gnarliest,
Fucking gnarly.
devastating. We're gonna have
yeah,
that in
your
the
turn.
top of the montage for
Yeah.
You
gnarliest
just feel
crits.
like
Okay, rude.
you just feel this claw in the back, just nick you as you're going by.
Mhm.
Yeah, me being
Gotcha.
blinded, think it was so much. I just like see it all blurry. I'm like, she's dead. She's dead.
Lascivious fully transforms into his fucking like god self.
Anyways, I am going to I'll do a cute little a little ray of frost.
Okay.
At disadvantage.
Cute little ray of frost.
At Earth
On-
Golem or the method.
A cute little very.
Oh, the method, the one that's still hanging on by it.
Who's Ray?
Sounds good.
For some reason, I thought you said
okay,
Ursula,
so-
and I was like,
Oh. 21.
21 hits. 21 hits. And I don't even
All
need
right.
to roll dice because it has
That's
one
fine.
hit point.
That's fine. Well,
You
bye.
just blast it as the dust kind of like forms a solid chunk of ice, but the fire that is surrounding it from the previous firestorm is causing it to melt as it just slowly becomes this awful like mush of wet dust, which is absolutely
Gross.
disgusting.
ew,
Any
you
other
do that,
movement or
Mabel?
bonus actions?
Gross.
I'll high five Lyric, I guess. I don't know.
And make out with
He's
him or
like-
Missed
something.
a high five.
No.
You just
Full
go and
action.
well, I mean, you put up the hand. He's not blinded. He's like, you got a little something in you.
Just hit it. Just hit my hand, please.
Okay.
Damn,
You just-
told him to hit it.
Oh my god. I can't win. That's it.
Alrighty.
First
Getting
rate.
water.
After Mabel is Larry. There he goes. Sweet high five. As he's just gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
And
He's gonna
dies
make-
because of the fire.
And he's gonna just
It's not
No, that
As
should all be
you're-
gone now.
as you're getting chunks, there's just embers along the ground.
Hmm.
Because as you're just like gashing into this Urkel, you see Lair come out of nowhere with 2 daggers going, ah! It just as he just goes to impale it, and he'll make 2 attacks at the golem. One will be a 18, which will hit. Second one is a 10, which doesn't hit. So the first bit of damage is almost max, almost. 11. Go. And that is Lyric's turn. That guy's dead. Sonnet, you're up.
Nice. I'm just going to cup my eyes and just get the dirt out of it.
For sure. You just clear the dirt as you see just the embers along the trail of the firestorm and the dead methics all around. You see Mabel just like this still?
Yeah, yeah. I'm like, oh, gross. Just kidding. No. It feels wrong doing it when she's not here. She can't even like.
She can't fire back.
Um, and yeah, bonus action. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything. I think that's my action and that's my turn.
Sounds good. Next up is the golem. The golem is going to go over here and is going to
Kiss Lyric.
be funny.
Yeah, I mean, like, wouldn't that be so fucking funny or like whatever? Like, imagine if that actually happened.
It is going to do a rupture. I'm going to need.
It'd be like so funny, but you know.
It is a fear from him. I need. Ooh, Benelia.
My God.
Just out of range. Just out of range of Benelia. I'll need Lyric and not Lascivious, Michaelis to make dexterity saving throws, please.
Burn.
Uh-oh, stinky 12.
Lyric got a nat 20. Lyric
Nice.
is perfectly fine.
There
And you got a 12?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you do not pass.
You get sent to the core of the earth.
So you will be taking. Lyric will take. Lyric's gonna take none. He got a nat 20 on it, sure.
Nice. He's just hanging on to the golem with his dagger still.
Yeah. So that is. That is 30 points of bludgeoning damage, halved to 15 because you're raging. And you are prone. So you have to take 15 movement to get up. Any melee attacks you do while prone are at disadvantage as well.
And melee attacks against you are at advantage.
Yes. Which, speaking of, It gets
Yeah.
to do some slam
Boom,
attacks.
boom, boom.
Oh,
Fuck.
snap.
Because Michaelis is prone, it's going to do the two of them on Michaelis, so at advantage.
He's just
Um,
gonna fucking
The
two
first
arm
one
ham.
is a 14, which does not hit, but on the advantage roll is going to be a much better roll, which is a 20.
Fuck.
Not nat. So that will be.
Come on a slam. And welcome
So
to
on the
jam.
first slam attack, so I'll need you to make a Constitution saving throw as well.
That'll be a 24.
24 passes. It will be 5, 11. So you'll be taking 8 points of bludgeoning damage from the slam attack. That's already halved.
Alright.
All right.
And then the next slam attack against you is definitely going to hit because the first one is a 14 on the die, which puts it to a 22. And the second one is not a nat 20. So that will be an additional. Oh wow, that's really low. 9 half to 5 points of bludgeoning damage on the second attack, and I'll need another Constitution saving throw.
That will be a 25.
25 saves. And that's the end of the Clay Golem's turn. Next up, you are dead. Method. Michaelis.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, you are dead, Michaelis. but, so I still got so much health. I use my 15 movement speed just to stand up, so like a
Okay.
spring.
So it's half of your movement as well. So I think you with 40, you go down to 20 instead.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Oh.
really matter. I'm
Yeah.
attacking a fucking asshole, and
Sounds good. 3 attacks out
You're
of my
attacking its asshole.
Yep.
Sounds good.
I mean that
These
is.
things don't have assholes.
That- I mean, what is it? A
About to.
shootout?
Michaelis will find one.
It's already built out of shit. Like, what else is gonna be built out of more shit?
Alrighty,
Anyways.
so 3 attack rolls.
All right, so first roll, that will be a 22.
22 hits.
Second one will be a 18.
18 hits.
Last one will be a 21.
21 also hits.
All right, so first roll damage. 31.
31, okay.
Second roll damage. 34.
34. Okay, perfect, awesome.
And then the final one will be 25.
25. Amazing. You get this thing down, like you pop the blade into one of its kneecaps and crack it as it kind of like crumbles down.
Ew.
It's in like the worst possible way it could be, but it's still alive, just barely.
Lyric finishes off, please. I'm out
Next
of
up
breath.
is Lascivious.
Do you say that wiping off the blindness is a full
It's an
action?
action. Yeah.
I couldn't walk over there, could I?
You could, yep, you can still move. It's a 15-foot drop, so you take some falling damage, but you'll be fine.
Could I do an acrobatics check to not take damage?
Sure, but you can do it at disadvantage because you're blinded.
Okay. So I just walk off.
Lascivious is an edge there. Oh, he went.
That's gonna be acrobatics, so that's
Yeah.
gonna be a 20.
Oh,
Yeah, I'd
pure
say you're
muscle
fine.
memory.
You hear Sonic say there's a ledge there. Anything in response?
I go, oh, and then I and then I just drop down. I go right into a roll, and then I just
yeah.
kind of walk over. And I know I'm at disadvantage, but I'm just gonna go for a full attack again.
For sure. Make the attack roll.
I'm gonna use a luck point to not have a nat 1.
It wraps around the beast and it pulls Lascivious in closer.
So that's gonna be a 20
A 20 with the
disadvantage. Yeah.
Okay. 20 hits.
And then
Do your sneak attack first.
yeah, I'll do sneak attack first. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 piercing damage plus another 6 is 31. I am also green flame blading, of course.
How do you kill it?
I hear Michaelis, like, I drop down, I go, oh, and then I drop down, roll, and then I just immediately, like, and just do, like, a crazy whip, and I essentially just, like, essentially in a flurry, I just do like a crazy thing, and it just gets diced. Like all of its arms and legs come off, and its head flies off too, and it just gets put into pieces as it crumbles.
For sure. As you, Sonny, you just see Lascivious walk up and go up. As fall down into this roll, you roll into position and flash out the daggers on the chain, and it's almost like consecutive blows. Like it's almost like you're Simon Belmont, just
Yeah.
bang, bang,
Trevor, but
bang,
yeah.
as giant chunks just fly off or snap at the joints of where they be. Bits of boulders kind of fly everywhere. Michaelis and Larrick are just getting hit by these little pebbles that are bouncing off of it from each hit until eventually the chain wraps around the Earth Golem's head, and as you just pull it, the neck crumbles into these little pebbles, and the head just, almost like a bottle cap that's been twisted too much, just pop, and it just...
Nice. And then after I do that, I like wrap the chain around my arm as like I like am breathing, and then I just wipe my eyes and I open them, and I'm like, oh, all right, I got it. And then I just go back to I just start making my way back to the horses.
For sure. Eventually, the rock head eventually comes back down. Larry kind of like looks at you in awe as his blade is still kind of like in the beast's chest as he kind of like takes them out and lands.
Nice shout out to Lascivious from atop the hill, just saying,
Yeah.
"That's not fair. You've had practice with your blindfold."
So he just puts his hands up.
Oh, so you stole my kill again.
Larrick takes his knives out. He just kind of like looks to you with this impressed look to you, Lascivious. Just gives you a small nod. You also see he puts his hand to Michaelis and shoves him 5 feet to the left as the rock's head just goes and honks down.
Nice.
Good
Michaelis,
eye.
you're gonna take 2 bludgeoning damage, half to 1.
Okay.
Just,
As
ow.
this bolt just kind of like hits you and crumbles.
A pebble hits my groin.
And
Okay.
combat has ended.
What?
Combat
Okay.
combat has ended.
Cool.
As the wasteland kind of clears itself out, the dust has figuratively settled, no pun intended.
Lean
These,
forward, and I hit the back of my head, and the sand pours out.
It's just like, consider you've been around so many of these methods that have just exploded around you. It just like takes like a good like 5 seconds of sand just constantly pouring out of your socket.
Yeah.
You're just holding your boot, just like.
Yeah, but her head just.
As I'm walking back towards the horses, I cast message to Bonelia and just say thanks because of the shield of faith or whatever it's called.
I gave him a thumbs up.
He just
That
keeps
was it.
walking.
You didn't shield him.
Yeah.
So I cast thumbs up, +2 confidence.
Mabel, you also kind of like get the dust out of your eyes. Kind of pat yourself off, getting some of it off of your outfit. Making your way back to the horses, you all kind of mount up. Oh, Larry kind of looks to you all and goes, probably shouldn't be too much farther now. Probably about a couple of hours. As you all make your way. And as you do, you begin to get closer to this mountain range, and as you get closer, this thing is what could be compared to like the size of Everest. It is massive to the point where its peak reaches through the clouds. Although as you get closer, steam is emanating off of it. You'd expect there to be snow at mountaintops this high, but something about the internal of this mountain is so warm that it can't even form that, even in such a low temperature atmosphere. As you get closer, you see a very large shadow appear from above as you guys are flying over. You see a couple of dwarves, like this carriage about maybe a few miles out. They, with a couple of dwarven members, they are, looks like they have a carriage full of this material, whether it's raw iron and ores and such. It's unaware, but it looks to be some kind of material to be used in forgery. As the shadow goes past you guys, and you see these 2 large feet go down, and you see these dwarves look up with fear in their eyes as they dive out, as these claws and talons grab onto that cart and carry it up into the sky. With such ease and swiftness. The wind from this thing getting close to you guys almost knocks you off of your horses, and they kind of tremble a little bit and trip. This creature then soars past, and you see it throw the materials into the actual mountain, causing a small eruption of sorts as this fireball kind of erupts from where the carriage hits. The sound kind of echoes through the area as you see the two dwarves kind of like shake their fists. And who here speaks Dwarvish?
I could.
Think I do.
I do not.
You know what I'm prepared to do, Walker.
Oh, I know.
I speak
You do speak Dwarvish.
Ooh.
Sonnet, Michaelis, do either of you two speak Dwarvish as well?
I don't speak Stoutling. No, I don't.
I don't officially speak it, but however, since I would have spoken with Jotun and looking at Gash, and
They did speak
Hal,
English.
Understand? Yeah, you would understand some general phrases, but
Yeah,
they
words
mostly
and
speak
such.
in common.
Okay.
You, Bonelia, and Mabel, if you do cast Comprehend Languages, hear them essentially in Dwarvish say, "Ya fucking bird!" as they kind of like gesture off to this thing and do all sorts of curses. They look incredibly pissed off as this carriage is thrown into the mountain range. You see this creature kind of float up to the top of the mountain-ish. More so about maybe midway through it, and maybe not the peak, but a small section that's kind of jagged off, and it kind of places its talons against it and kind of sits there, its wings tucking in. You can see that this thing now more resembles a mixture of a hummingbird and a dragon in a way. It's got like a very thin kind of snout-like beak that is incredibly pointed at the end. Its wings are small, but they appear to have a very large span, as you saw, but they're not very long in length with the feathers. Looking at this thing closer as well, you see bits of stonework and metal and gears kind of implemented into this creature. It looks similar to how the wave looked, where it had this small signs of civilization onto it. You see these towers made out of this rock or granite that stand quite a ways tall. And you see kind of attached to the wings, there are these sigils that kind of glow this purple that are, even at this range, you can see it are attached by chains and appear to be magical in nature. It opens up its beak and you hear this extremely pained and screech-like caw mixed with the crunching of stone echo throughout the area. You see the creature kind of hangs around for a little bit. You all kind of staying still as to potentially not draw its ire, thinking that you might be a little too small for it to notice. Till eventually its wings open up once more, it beats out, and then it flies, kind of swirling around the mountain for a bit before going off into the distance again. You see the dwarves kind of pat themselves off as they kind of collect themselves. They gather what small material was broken off from the cart being picked up as the six of you come closer. Bonelia, I assume under this time, when you get closer to civilizations, you cast the disguise self?
Yeah.
Gotcha. As the six of you all get closer, you see these dwarves, the one having this is kind of balding, but has a very long, gingerish color that kind of strands goes down towards his shoulders, wearing this heavy-duty armor with some symbols and some engravings onto them that look decorative and almost religious to a certain degree. They're typically around the 3 to 3.5 foot kind of range in height. They both have these very thick beards with mustaches. The one that was swearing the most has like this very thin one that's kind of peeked out. Looks like it's been styled especially to be pointed to the sides. It's got like this almost akin to biker like jacket on him that's got these kind of spikes upon them for decorative purposes, while the other one is much more, I would say, modestly attired with just the typical engravings and hammerings of some well-made armor and some well-made clothes. As your group grows closer to these two, one of them hails you down, and you hear in Dwarvish from Mabel and Bonelia, "What do you think you're fucking doing? Being out in the middle when this giant beast is flying around? It could peck you up like nobody's business."
It's what we're here for. We're here to get rid of it.
You lot, get rid of the flying monstrosity.
Well, try to.
You see the fella who's like with the more modest attire kind of like nudges him. Goes, Do you think that's the group that Jotun mentioned in the meeting last night? As the more aggressive dwarf kind of like looks to you all and goes, "They don't look like no capable group to me. Look like a bunch of fucking nobodies coming through Dwarvish lands."
A little rude.
You see the more modest one kind of like speaks to him against. You'll have to forgive my friend. It's been a hard few weeks and months here with this thing taking pretty much any mineral that we try to leave this place with.
Yeah, we witnessed that.
Well, they're speaking in Dwarvish. We can't hear them.
Yeah,
Oh.
they
What,
look
Michaelis?
to
No, just kidding.
That's what I hear.
they look to you. The more modest one kind of looks. Well, I don't know, Beckham. They could be very well-meaning people here. This could be a great opportunity. We could show them in, bring them to Jotun ourselves. It could be a great boon. We could be rewarded. As you see Becca kind of like swat him on the shoulder and go, the big fat fuckwat doesn't give a shite about that. He just wants his damn minerals delivered, and we haven't had a delivery that's been successful for months. If anything, we're gonna get in trouble for having our gear stolen again. We thought we timed this perfectly. As the one looks to you and goes, "Please tell me you've been brought by Jotun. Please."
We have.
I hear Jotun, I'm like,
they look to you all. The calmer one kind of looks. We should speak in more plain terms for them. They're probably confused as to what's going on there. As Beckett goes, "It's Dwarvish or nothing." As the more calm dwarf kind of speaks in common now, goes, I am so sorry. You've caught us at a particularly hard time. If you don't mind, we're not sure if the beast will be coming back here anytime soon. I would recommend getting to the mountain range in a quickened pace if you can, and pardon my friend here, but if you wouldn't mind giving a dwarf a lift, I would greatly appreciate it.
climb on.
The one dwarf goes up to you, Michaelis, kind of like you help him, pretty much picking him up by dragging him up by his arm as he kind of puts his foot on the spurs and hops on. Becky, are you coming or not? As the
Lascivious gets the cranky one.
the other dwarf looks to you, Michaelis, and then looks to the tieflings. I'm not riding with no fucking devil.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait,
I
did
my
he
brother
say that in
like, "Oh."
Dwarvish? Or did he
Said
say that in common?
Dwarvish, yes.
Nice.
That's a little rude when we're
You
kind enough to show you some hospitality and bring you with us.
You can take my horse, and I will ride with Mabel.
You're
Oh,
just going
Mabel.
You're just going to give me your horse.
Yeah.
For a ride.
Yep.
Lascivious just starts making his way. He gets the vibe of what was going on there.
bro.
Racist. Okay.
You hop on to Mabel's horse with Mabel. The dwarf just kind of like attempts to get up, but it's so short he can't get his like foot onto the spur.
Don't worry, we'll wait for you.
I'm having a wee bit of trouble.
Do you want some help with that? Is that what you're getting at?
That would be appreciated.
I'll give him a hand, sure.
You hop off your horse and
Yeah.
go over and kind of help him up. You see he looks a little embarrassed. His face is kind of a little red and goes, thank you.
Very welcome. And I get back on the horse.
The 8 of you now ride back as Beckett kind of holds like a small amount of minerals in his arms. The other dwarf behind Michaelis kind of like reaches his hand like around and goes to like shake your hand. Goes, my name is Gresham. It's nice to meet you.
Sorry, who was that to?
To Michaelis.
Okay, Michaelis.
Fuck. You gotta say that again. I got a Windows pop up.
The calmer dwarf behind you reached his arm around to shake your hand and say,
Oh yeah, I shake his hand. Sorry.
Yeah.
You spit in his face.
My name is Gresham. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Michaela Stone Rose.
Stone Rose. You
Familiar?
Sorry, it's just your friends. They mentioned they agreed when I asked if you are with Jotun's crew. This just confirms it for me. Jotun brought in, gosh, what's his name? The psychopath.
Cal Hobbs?
Yes, the madman. He and they mentioned that the Stone Roses would be coming by again. It's wonderful to meet you finally.
You as well. Have you heard any word about Lucky Nagash as well?
Not from what I've heard. The last that I'd heard from Lucky is that he settled in Taragold.
Okay, that's very old news then. Because he is here.
Oh,
It's
he's
been
come
about
back to Ecrium.
Yeah, it's been about a week since he's arrived here with us. I was hoping he made his way here. Or at least up to Emberfort, but hopefully he's there.
I might have potentially missed him as well. We've got lots of
people.
problems with the Sky Beast kind of situation going on, so
Well, that takes more precedent than a friend of mine, so...
of course. As you all kind of make your way, you see as you get closer, I would like for you all to make some stealth checks as the flying beast begins to make its way back towards the mountain.
14.
Okay, Sonnet?
Mine would be an 18.
18, Mabel?
8.
An 8, Kate, Lascivious?
25.
Bonelia?
13.
13, and Lyric. And then the dwarf. Okay. As you're all kind of like going through, trying your best to stay dispersed out to be as small as possible. Not necessarily like being, miles apart from each other, but just like at least 5 to 10 feet away, just to make the group seem as small as possible and dispersed. The beast kind of flies over you, the shadow kind of casts over you in this darkness, but it doesn't seem to notice too much until it turns back around. And you see it begin to kind of make a descent going towards one of you. One who maybe deviated a little too far off from the group as it goes to swoop down at Mabel to get her.
Interesting.
Could
I'm
I'm
gonna...
not her horse.
Yep.
Oh,
Sure are.
Shit, sorry, dude. I tried.
Could I,
Uh,
as a quick reaction or whatever, cast thaumaturgy and boom my voice out to grab its attention, have it go on me?
And I'm gonna run towards Mabel and try and like
We're on
get her
horse.
down.
On your
Yeah,
horse?
Yeah, everybody's on horseback right now.
All right.
Gonna charge at her
But
horse with my horse.
Can I boom my voice and grab its attention instead?
Absolutely. What do you say outwards as you boom your voice?
Just a
I
horse
just,
body
I
check.
just, I essentially just yell out, "Over here, beast!" Essentially, that's more or less what
Wow.
it is.
For sure. I would like for you to make a persuasion check.
Can I use an action as well?
To do what?
Guys, I'm so sorry.
Cast a spell.
What spell?
Fuck
I want to
off.
cast Eye Bite.
Ooh,
A bite?
Eye Bite.
ouch.
Sure, yes, you can, but remind me what this does and the parameters.
Okay, so Eye Bite. It will have to on a creature within my choice within 60 feet of me, which if it's coming to strike Mabel, I'm assuming
yeah.
it will
It's
end
gonna
up
get
being
within
60
range.
feet.
It
It
will
has to
definitely get
succeed
within
on a
range.
Wisdom saving throw, or be affected by my choice of one of the three options. It will either fall asleep, it will either be panicked, or it will be sickened.
Okay.
That'd be funny if this is
For
like flying
sure.
this side.
Potentially
Before
catastrophic.
before we do the roll, what was your persuasion?
Slams on top of
Uh,
Mabel.
27,
27.
Just have it
Okay.
sleep.
As
and crashes in
you
everybody.
cast, but you said it
Yeah,
needs to.
it kills
It needs to.
everyone.
It's like a plane coming down.
Yeah.
That's why it's a bit of an issue.
Oh fuck!
PK.
What's the? It said it's a wisdom save.
Yeah, it's a wisdom save.
They ain't got no wisdom.
This is
Unprecedented.
Give me 1 second because
Uh-huh.
I have to.
I get you.
I feel like this
He
is
was
not
so
gonna
wanting
end
to
well at all.
scope.
This is not something I expect.
This is a full
Anticipated?
giant, in our
I get
direction.
to choose the effect. It's not gonna fall asleep.
Okay,
It's
fair
Oh,
not-
you
enough.
choose that. I thought you said it was
Unless you
random.
would like
Imagine
you
if
said
I
it
was
was
like,
random.
"Fuck you," it
No.
falls asleep.
Yeah.
That is
If it's just
funny.
for lascivious, I make it fall asleep. Just kidding.
Yeah, That makes
Um,
sense.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's interesting. Okay.
Just rag dolls.
You cast Eye Bite on this creature. It has no effect.
Oh.
Because if you recall, back with the wave,
Mhm.
the actual giant thing isn't a creature. It's manned by something.
Oh, there's something like on it.
Yeah, it's an actual entity.
There is an entity that controls it, per se.
And that
But the
doesn't make it a. Oh.
The actual thing itself, while I call it a creature, I say it a creature because it's in the form of a creature. It's an object.
Oh. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, yeah. I guess that
Um,
would change everything.
So unfortunately, Eye Bite wouldn't have an effect.
Okay.
So it goes after me.
I turned to Bonelia.
Uh,
Jump ship. Now's your chance.
No, I convinced it. I got a
With
27.
a 27, you see, as you see this creature go down, it gets its talons ready. You hear Lascivious's voice boom out through the area to say to go get him. And you see its vision still peered on you for a moment until it eventually slowly turns and begins to go towards Lascivious.
So, question.
Yes.
Do I have time to do anything in reaction to this, or was that my
Yeah.
reaction?
You did.
Your
oh.
reaction would be booming this outward.
Yes.
But depending on what you want to try to do, maybe.
Go step. Can't grapple.
It's bonus action, right?
It is a bonus action, yeah.
To go through it.
He's gonna snatch his horse without him or something.
I'll
I'm
have his
gonna
horse.
take his horse to my.
Or he's just gonna
If
go
not,
step
that's
through the
fine.
horse.
Just out of curiosity.
You,
Fly
the
in a
talons
cat.
go through. As you see, it begins to like embed its talons into the dirt as it goes to like completely envelop you as you're smaller than the cart, so you're harder to grab. It gets closer and closer, and you're a little panicked that it might pick you up until you go step.
Mm-hmm.
As the creature grabs the horse and you just you see this horse get grabbed up into the air, blood kind of spraying outwards towards the area kind of behind where Lascivious lands as the horse gets picked up and carried away. You avoid getting grabbed by the Sky Titan.
Mm-hmm.
As you hear that same screech ring out as it goes and throws the horse at the mountain. It's a little far to see. It's a
Yeah.
little far to
My
see the
God,
impact,
dude.
but you do see just like some rubble begin to slide down
Throws
the
a
mountain.
fucking horse.
No animals were
I
harmed.
wonder
in the
I wonder what would have happened to me. I kind of wish I didn't
Well-
do that just to see. But
As that happens, you see Lair kind of like go up to you and tosses his arm out for you to grab onto it.
yeah, I grab on and
Aw.
and then I go.
Just kind of swing up behind, get onto the horse, dismiss the incorporealness. As the rest of you make your way through the plainsland, you come to an area that's now entering a kind of cavernous area. You see the beast come back down as it goes to go for another swoop, but you enter this cave just as its talons scrape along the dirt, leaving this impact trail that then kind of you see just rubble begin flying off into the distance as you enter the mountainous range. As you guys do, you see a few dwarves kind of stationed at this very large and ornate looking metal door. It's a double door that stands to be probably about 30 to 40 feet tall that's embedded into the stone. There's a group of about 6 to 8 dwarves, all dressed in what appears to be paladin-like armor. Stands out at the front, holding these very large heavy weapons. As they halt you, but the two dwarves speak out in Dwarvish. The later one goes, they're here to see Jotun. They're Jotun's guests." As the group of the dwarves kind of make way, parting, and the large metal doors begin to creak open. It's a loud, kind of banging sound as you hear chains going behind them, as it's just with this large, continuous sound. Sounds like an immense amount of force is necessary to open these doors. After they open enough for you to enter going through, you are greeted with the sound and the smell of just hard metal. It's a very irony kind of smell to it, as well as sweat. There's a feeling of hard work in this area of the cave. It's also incredibly warm as you begin to go deeper. The caves are kind of lit with these almost ceremonial like torches embedded into the walls with metal cradles that appear to have no real source of ignition. They're just lit via magic, it seems. As you see some workstations as you pass by, you see a couple of dwarves kind of carrying these almost firearms like weaponry. They've got like small mobile cannons, and it looks like somebody's working on something that's reminiscent of like flintlock. You also see dwarves working on traditional armors and weaponry. There's a couple of people at a forge banging onto a metal sword that's red with the heat from the molten lava that it was just embedded into. You also see small glimpses of ores kind of peeking out through the walls of this very long cavern with no real civilization embedded into these walls. It looks like there's a bit of some iron deposits there. There might be a little bit of gold peeking out of the ceiling. Even something that looks to be reminiscent of a diamond-like mineral peeking out of the top that you see some scaffolding and some dwarves very carefully trying to chisel away at. As you go deeper, you see this place is entirely dwarves in nature. There isn't another race in sight. Until eventually you reach an open area that leads to multiple tunnels spanning up and down, left, right. But there's a big major one that appears to be the main entrance into this mountainous area. Following through, the aggressive dwarf Beckett kind of leads you all and speaks out in dwarves. She goes, "Any of your first times in Emberfort?"
I think for most of us,
Not
I
me.
turned to everyone. Anyone else been here before?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
You see Gresham kind of speak up in common and goes, "Then prepare to see the largest city in all of Ecrium." As the cave system then opens up and you see what is a incredibly wide open space with stalactites and stalagmites from the ceiling and the roof, kind of connecting. Some just drooped and up, as you see thousands upon thousands of homes built into the side of the rock, some breaching out of the ground, some are attached through the top. There's these small little railways that you see rail carts kind of going through and all across that are dangling by these heavy duty chains with dwarves kind of doing the old minecart push as they travel along. You see some lava rivers kind of spreading throughout the mountain that explains the steam and the heat coming from this place as it kind of flows throughout the actual city itself. You see people crossing bridges above, kind of making their way to and from, whether it be work or home or just gatherings. You see a rather large building off in the main center in the distance that kind of reads as a home of the mayor, capital, president, whatever have you that these dwarves go by. As we walking in, see
What is this place called again?
Emberfort.
Okay, I thought so.
So you find yourselves in Emberfort.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh.
The cave spans for miles and miles. The only place that even feels reminiscent of a city this big would be Zawar in scale. There are so many different layers to this place. You see markets off to the right-hand side of the city where people are peddling these kind of wares, whether it be jewelry or just minerals in general. You see off to the left-hand side, you see there's some people in the same kind of armor you saw the guards in that is really heavy duty with symbols that are matching on each suit. It looks like they're made to be a matching set for this particular army of people. You see, going up through the main capital of the city, you see a statue standing about 20 feet tall of Jotun. His beard a little more exaggerated than it was in person. His shoulders also a little more broad, his head a little more square. Looks like they took a little bit of embellishment in making him appear to be much bigger and broader than he is in real life. You see, he has this large, hat, like a, I don't know what they're called. I think they're called mauls, where it's a large staff with essentially just a hammerhead on the tip of it, that has been decorated and with some symbols, of which, I think everybody make a religion check for me.
I'm good at those.
Oh.
I'm not.
Eesh. Religion.
17.
17, okay. Sonnet?
8.
8, Michaela, or not Michaela's, Lascivious?
Get ready for it. Get ready. 4.
Maple.
24.
And Bonelia.
7.
7. A lot of you guys, having not been to this place, it's hard to
Don't know much
really-
about it, surprisingly.
Yeah. You know, you don't really understand the deities from other countries and nations, which is strange. I think you'd have read more about in school or something. But
Books!
If only it
But
wasn't the streets, that was
Michaelis-
my school.
But Michaelis, having been here a few times, and Mabel, having read up on dwarvish culture, even though dwarves aren't common in Orlais, knowing of them as a species and having culture, you know, these symbols are of a deity known as Decet, which is essentially god of the mine. In history, this deity hasn't really ever been properly physically in the world. Like, there's small scriptures that have told tales of people meeting Decet, but there's no proper eyewitness accounts of the modern age. It seems like this deity, if this is a deity at all that actually exists, actually stays behind and is just merely a symbol of people to pray to for good mine, for good caverns, to pray that mines don't collapse, and pray for good minerals to come from their forges and well-made blacksmiths. As you guys make your way past the statue, you see the two dwarves kind of hop off the horses. The one looks to you, Bonelia, and speaks in dwarves and goes, Thank you for your horse. You may have your horse back. And
Thank you.
And thank you for helping me onto the horse. As he looks to Mabel.
You're welcome.
And what do you
Yeah.
have to say to the man who risked his life for us?
He just looks to Lascivious. You just hear this very low kind of like grumble, and you hear just very quietly under his breath, just goes, thank you. As he attempts to like walk away very quickly.
Lascivious-
you don't understand what he's saying.
Lascivious like notices like his like tone and like what he's stuff, and he'll just assume he's gonna cast message and go, "You're welcome."
You see the dwarf just stop in his tracks and looks to you with so much anger in his face, and then continues to like just power walk away, just throwing his hands up into the air.
I think that went well.
Gresham hops off of Michaelis's horse. He's very. He thinks in the old ways. He still thinks that tieflings are all spawns of demons and demonic entities, and well, that is
I'm just
true.
gonna
to some
slowly be
degree,
looking
though.
at Michaelis as he's saying all this. Like, just slowly, my head's turning into Michaelis. Like, someone I know.
Just brings it up.
I'm gonna be like,
you know, as
I wasn't far off.
I mean,
The
as
VR.
as you know, tieflings are technically at some point in the line have demonic energy or bloodline in them.
beings.
They're not. I'm sorry. What was that?
Nothing. I said I'm looking for some elderberries.
Those be hard to find underground, but sure.
Sure.
Lascivious just
continues.
quickly chimes in
Not all
and
tieflings are bad.
Lascivious chimes in and just goes, I understand. Is there a library at all here?
Of course, you've got one of the biggest libraries in all of Ecrium, mostly intact. You won't find anything too crazy, I imagine, but you might find some history that you're looking for. As he kind of points down to an area just up on the lower levels. Over here, there is an area that's kind of got like some stalagmites coming out from the bottom, but goes into a kind of a larger building. That is the Emberfort Archives. They've got some basic things. I'm not entirely sure what you're looking for, but I'm sure one of the dwarves there could potentially help you out. While I have you all here, is there anywhere in particular that you're looking for or anything before you speak to Jotun? I could kind of point you in the right direction.
Please do.
But what are you looking for?
Well, maybe if we could find some wares too. I'm sure we'll hit the library as well.
You see Gresham points off down to the market area that's just to the bottom right over in this spot. As he goes, mostly you'll find things that involve minerals, like your typical jewelry and weaponry for the most part. Yeah, we recently have had a boon of Cal coming back, as he was a great mind in melee weaponry, as well as some range weaponry. So there might be some mindful aspects thrown in there. Maybe we'll have some good wares in our shops again. Decade knows that we could use some of the gold, as our minerals haven't exactly been selling well with the beast flying around. So there's that. Also, there was a man made out of metal that arrived not long before you guys did. I believe he's working up in the forges as well. If you're interested, I believe he was looking at getting a permit to open up a shop.
Yes, he's the Warforged gentleman, is he?
Yes, I believe that's what they're called. Big metal man, not exactly a robot per se, but has personality. Seemed very quiet though.
Not that talkative. His name is Locke.
Ah, yes, I do remember hearing the name, but I didn't really pay too much attention to it. The newcomer shops tend not to last too long, simply because they're not the greatest wares in the world, but Some people make it by and get a good reputation in the city. Anything else that you guys were looking for? It's honestly been quite a while since we've had newcomers come to Ecrium, or not Ecrium, just to Ember Forts in general. Considering the giant beast flying around, it's quite nice to see some elven folk, some humans. A tiefling is an especially rare sight, so you're kind of gracing this place with a little bit of culture, if you don't mind me saying.
Besides like going for the wares and such and the library that we're looking for, I'm guessing, and I'm pouring off in the distance for the big building. I'm guessing that's where Jotun is.
Yes, that's the
Palace.
the Lord Caver himself stole own private property, so you'll probably have to convince the guards or see if you can find somebody to let you in. My word isn't going to exactly be the most effective. I am just a simple man.
He should be expecting us, so
He should, but I mean, I imagine not every guard is just going to let everybody who says that Jotun is expecting him to just walk through the gate.
Well, they can walk and talk to Jotun, and we don't mind waiting for a bit.
Fair enough. So yeah, Jotun is, if he's home and has his people ready, he should be behind us here in the big building. So you got the library, you got the shop, you've got Jotun's place. I did happen to notice, as he looks to Bonil, he goes, you have a religious symbol on your scythe. If you're looking for a place of worship, there is a church down on the lower level. While it is dedicated to Decet, there is a small section of the chapel that allows for anybody to pray to any deity that they worship. Although it's not exactly common and some people do frown upon it, but just don't let them bother you.
Thank you.
All right.
And what's your name, by the way?
My name is Gresham.
Gresham.
If you're looking for full name, my name is Gresham Ironfoot, specifically.
Gotcha. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you also. I never caught any of your names except for Michaelis. Who are all of you, by the way? As he kind of like gestures to each of you.
I let you guys introduce you guys, so
I introduced myself.
Okay, that's a intricate name, but I guess Tieflings are intricate in their spacey, so.
I guess so.
Sounds quite like fancy. Are you royalty or something?
Well, he's very special.
very special boy.
Should I just take her word for it, or should I hear it from the horse's mouth per se?
Not royalty. Special is up in the air.
Fair enough. I won't try to nick at the cracks in there. As he looks to whoever wants to speak next.
I'm Bonelia.
Bonelia. That's a strange name for somebody with flesh. That's a.
What are you trying to say? What are you implying? You think
not
I don't
trying
have flesh? This is my flesh. I have skin.
I see you have flesh. I don't know why you're making a big fuss about it.
So
You're the one who brought up the flesh thing.
You are right about that, but I just figured, it's just Bonelia. You could be called Fleshelia for all I know.
I have flesh and bones and organs.
You're a strange one, but you'll fit right in around here, I swear. As he looks to somebody else who wants to introduce.
Sonnet Devlin.
Devlin. You wouldn't happen to have any family around these parts, would you?
Not that I know of, no.
Oh yeah, that's just sorry. The name Devlin is just a couple of we had a small tie-in with a mine in other nations, and there was a fella by the name. I figured maybe you were from here, or if he was from here. We didn't really know the fella too well.
Yeah, no, must have been someone else.
A small world, as they say, right? As he then looks to Mabel.
Mabel Magnolia. Hi.
Nice to meet you, Miss Magnolia. It's, everybody in your group is very kind. It's honestly a bit of a change as with all the the niceties. A lot of people you meet on the roads right now are kind of bandits or they're necromancers. It's nice to meet just a good group.
Likewise.
And once again, I will make my leave to leave you all to your devices as I imagine you're eager to speak with the Lord Caver himself, but I do have some things that I'll have to attend to. I have an angry boss, I imagine, who's waiting for me to arrive with bad news that our cart has been swept away. Quick point of note, if you do intend to be leaving the city decently often or consistently, we recommend doing it around nighttime, because we've kind of clocked the average time that the beast likes to go upon its perch, and it tends to kind of go into this almost lockdown like state at night on the place that you might have seen it perch where after it flew our cart. At least it tends to. It's had some activity at night, but for the most part it's stayed inactive.
Because it has a common location that we can refer to.
Yes, if you are here to speak with Jotun, I'm hoping that you're, like your friend Cornelia here said, are able to take care of the flying beast. Lots of families aren't exactly doing so great, and while Jotun has been doing his best to try and stop people who are owing business fees or renters fees and such, monetary things are not going well in Emberfort with materials not going out. So hopefully you can help fix that, and Emberfort can go back to the great region that it once was.
Well, make sure to stop this, I guess you can call it an embargo, by this beast.
Hopefully so. If you ever need me, you feel free to. Not to toot my own horn per se, but I am a little bit of a well-known name around town. I do happen to own a shop down in the market as well. I specify in armor specifically, so if you're looking for something to tune yourself up a little bit, maybe come by and make a stop. We're called Ironfoot's Forge specifically. Feel free to make a stop by if you'd like. But enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy Emberfort. I'm sorry that it couldn't be upon better terms.
No problem. Like, this is the best of circumstances given the situation.
And
Thank
of
you.
course, I am also sorry for Beckett's crashness as well earlier.
That's a given.
As he goes to turn. Have a wonderful day. You all stay safe as he makes his way down into the city.
I don't know if I've met someone that nice before, like ever in my life. Just so on the spot,
Cordial.
hospitable.
Very cordial.
It's nice.
Refreshing.
A nice change of pace, absolutely.
As you all stand outside the Lord Caver's manor, essentially this multiple-story building with a tower at the end of it, you can kind of make out the shape of somebody up in the window at the very top tower, kind of speaking to in a grandiose manner. That you can kind of make out the shape is similar to Jotun's from when you first met him, potentially in a meeting or speaking with somebody into a private chamber of some sort. Looking over the city, you've reached what appears to be a very safe spot, with the exception of the beast outside, but with the goal in mind of calming it down, taming it, or in the worst case scenario, having to put an end to it. You feel calm over the last couple of days. It's been stressful, it's been emotional, but you've made some headway and progress, and that is a good feeling. And I think that's where we're going to end today's session.
Alrighty.